build capacity so that they are able to get finances which are affordable at concessional level. They've reached out to rural areas, Soroti, down in Chisoro, in Hoima. They are covering the whole country by identifying those small private financing institutions to help them prepare themselves. And so you can see that their contribution is growing. Although hydropower is also increasing, but solar energy has surpassed hydropower. Hydropower contributes 19%, whereas the solar energy contributes 39%. So you can see that they have bridged the gap. So the more we capitalize, the more they also help in making sure that we increase power distribution in this country.
I'm using the solar for this grinding mill, and I also have a shop behind there, and in the shop we have a refrigerator, and we have a charging system which we charge phones for money, and we also have a saloon whereby all these are using the solar system.
And we are so grateful to the Tujijenge. The solars have helped us a lot, mostly for me here. Patients come at night, you're supposed to cannulate. So without this solar, I wouldn't have managed it.
UECCC is also the administrator of Uganda Energy Capitalisation Trust. Accordingly, the objectives of UECCC are to serve as a credit support institution and to promote private sector-led renewable energy infrastructure development.
The Uganda Energy Credit Capitalisation Company Limited has a mandate which is running around, number one, ensuring increased access to clean energy. This is especially for those rural, hard to reach areas or the hard to serve areas, so that we can also get them access our clean energy. But also, most importantly, to facilitate the financing of renewable energy development, particularly for those private sector companies which could be with interest in investing in clean energy. So we are mainly a company that wanted to bridge that gap between what is happening with the national grid and those who are left out, especially at the grassroots, by having them access clean energy and access it at affordable cost by modeling a way of bringing in private sector participation so that we can be able to reach those areas.
To be the leading provider of financing solutions and technical assistance to facilitate renewable energy development and access, to provide innovative financing initiatives and technical assistance that enables participation of the private sector and other stakeholders so as to enhance development and access to renewable energy.
We've been able to extend credit to about 2,000 families that have been able to access power connection as well as solar connection. And this one they've been able to do through our products, which have been codenamed Sente Solar as well as Sente Power. We want to thank our partners, the UECCC, for being able to enable our clients through the bank, Centenary Bank, to access power. And once power is availed to them, definitely we know we'll be enabling them to do investments and eventually being able to create the small jobs that people need to be able to develop the economy.
Sunking is one of the partners with Uganda Energy Credit Capitalisation Company, and together with them we have been able to get working capital loans, end-user financing for individuals and enterprises that has enabled them acquire solar solutions. So we have partnered with a number of microfinance institutions in Uganda including the banks. And at these different, at their locations, there is visibility of Sun King products. There is also knowledge on how to guide any customers, whether it's the bank customers or customers walking by, to be able to acquire products.
And what are some of the current strategies being deployed within the mandate of key actors in the renewable energy subsector to improve these scenarios?
So UECCC is at the forefront to really drive the government's agenda in ensuring we are using clean energy, but also energy efficient technologies. We really want to implore as many stakeholders as possible to benefit from the facilities that the UECCC is supporting through different financiers or financing institutions and private energy companies. The team at UECCC walks the journey with you when you want to access funding, even if it meant getting a transaction advisor to package a solution for the entity that intends to benefit from the facility. They are available to provide that kind of support.
We have a menu of credit support instruments, including concessional funding to partner financial institutions, partial credit risk guarantees, and technical assistance to private sector players to facilitate provision of credit for clean energy projects. Since our operationalization, we have developed and implemented innovative, scalable financing solutions that demonstrate actual impact on the ground. We have facilitated financial institutions to take on energy lending as part of their day-to-day lending business with the standalone energy loan products such as the Center Solar at Centenary Bank, Equi-Green Loan at Equity Bank, and Biogas Loan Facility at Able Circle. We have also facilitated financial institutions to provide working capital loans to clean energy companies. Through the various financing programs, UECCC has enabled 1.2 million Ugandans to access clean energy, including solar, biogas, and on-grid connections. Under our technical assistance program, UECCC has enabled local developers to package bankable renewable energy projects through provision of early-stage funding. Through this program, we have so far provided early-stage technical assistance to 8 local independent producers with a generation capacity of 76.7 megawatts. This enabled the local developers to finish early-stage studies and secure equity investors.
The Government of Uganda Electricity Connection Policy 2018 and 2017 has set a target of 300,000 on-grid connections per annum. Government of Uganda is implementing a free connection policy. In that regard, UECCC is extending funding to support house wiring and connections to communities in different parts of the country.
I've benefited from this electrical loan very much. When the program came in, they sensitized it about the program. I just took interest straight away. At home here, I'm trying to look for things, the way of opening something like also we selling some of these cold drinks and so on.
The Uganda Energy Credit Capitalization Company deploys limited public resources on business principles to leverage private sector capital towards meeting the country's financing requirements for increased access to modern energy services. 29.7 billion Uganda shillings has so far been committed as concessional funding to PFIs, projected to leverage PFIs on funding at 28.2 billion Uganda shillings, thus enabling a total 57.9 billion Uganda shillings to be availed towards clean energy financing.
The government of Uganda, with support from the World Bank, will implement the Electricity Access Scale-Up project with the key objective of increasing access to households, commercial enterprises, industrial parks, and public institutions with inclusion of refugee host districts. The project has two key components: grid expansion and connectivity component at $528 million, and the financial intermediation component at $110 million. The financial intermediation component is going to be implemented by Uganda Energy Credit Capitalisation Company. UECCC will unlock supply side and demand side financing to increase access to solar equipment for lighting and charging, solar equipment for productive uses, and clean cooking solutions. More specifically, under this project, UECCC will partner with energy service companies. Those are the solar companies, the clean cooking companies, distributors of productive use of equipment, to be able to extend or convey affordability constraint grants to targeted beneficiaries, which will be households and commercial enterprises. And the way this will work is that the companies will convey price discounts or subsidies to these households, where the households and enterprises will be able to access the various types of equipment at discounts offered by government in the range of 40 to 50% of the price. And for accountability purposes, UECCC will reimburse the energy service companies after verified confirmation that the price discounts have been delivered to the targeted beneficiaries. When it comes to the supply side, UECCC will provide financing through participating financial institutions to the distributors of and the retailers of solar equipment for lighting and charging, solar equipment for productive uses, for eligible purposes such as irrigation, water pumping, solar drying, refrigeration and cooling, and clean cooking technologies, so that the companies can be able to access working capital and be able to stock up in response to the demand that will be stimulated through the grants that will be provided by the project. And so the stimulation will be from the demand side and supply side to ensure that we increase access to productive uses of solar equipment for commercial enterprises, and also increase the penetration of solar electrification in the country. For the financial institutions, UECCC will provide partial credit guarantees for purposes of risk sharing when the participating financial institutions are providing working capital facilities, sizable working capital facilities, to the companies that will be dealing in the equipment for solar and for clean cooking. And the whole aim of the risk sharing will also be to ensure that we reduce the real or perceived risks associated with lending for clean technologies, but also to reduce the collateral requirements that inhibit access to credit for companies that deal in clean technologies. Thank you.
Hata ngasimanyu kutata echimwangolere ngaba simakutsibu singutebu sobolero erisimale kuwali erengolera chibanza mwamambimbira kwe nyumba eruli risimali erenga college eringa basimama endi mwasinja kutsibu
This project has done the best to the community. The community is appreciating so much. Regarding the in-kind compensation, in Sonja, in Kaisenda Cell, we have constructed 6 houses in the entire project of in Bunyangabo. So in Kaisenda Cell, we have 4 houses constructed. In Igasa, we have 2. Generally, the community is very happy for what has been done, because we have been telling them, promising them that the government will construct these houses, buy land for them, and it has come to reality. So I thank the management for the project, for this really making it a reality. Thank you so much.
The Uganda Energy Credit Capitalisation Company is a government institution set up under the Companies Act as a company limited by guarantee and not having share capital. The company's main objective is to provide financial, technical and other support for renewable energy projects and programs.
So Uganda Energy Credit Capitalisation Company came on board in 2009 basically to help private sector prepare.
Thank you. A very good morning to you all once again, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, the team from the World Bank, the team from Uganda Energy Credit Capitalisation Company, stakeholders in the industry. We are very, very glad to have you today. We are blessed that you could honor our invites and show up in large numbers, and I know many people are still on the way, because I'm getting phone calls and people asking, where's the 4 Points Hotel? So I needed to make some clarity. This hotel has been open, I think, for about a month now or 3 weeks. So it is highly likely that majority of people have actually not been here. My humble appeal to all of you, if you have a friend or a colleague that you know is supposed to be here, please drop them a pin. If they are not as tech savvy as I am, please call them and tell them the 4 Points Hotel by Sheraton is not the original Sheraton. and give them directions. Tell them it is opposite Protea. But for purposes of branding and marketing, it's usually not good to refer to one place while also mentioning the competition. That 4 Points Hotel is opposite Protea Hotel. Okay? So in a way, it's like you're saying Protea is more popular than the 4 Points. But I humbly request, if you have colleagues who are supposed to be here, directions have been a bit difficult to find because the hotel is new. Please reach out to them and direct them to where the hotel is, because the session has formally started. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite the Managing Director of the Uganda Energy Credit Capitalization Company to kick off our session for the morning. And like I said earlier, I'd like to re-echo my sentiments that this is a day that is going to be action-packed. Feel free to interact with one another. Listen to the delivery that the team is going to give you. I'm sure there's a lot for us to learn. And by the end of this session today, there will be a lot for us to do in working together to further the agenda of renewable energy. Thank you very much. Madame Speciosa Ndagire, you're welcome.
The Permanent Secretary, Minister of Energy and Mineral Development, the team from the World Bank and other development partners here present, government officials, chief executives of financial institutions and energy service companies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, you are most welcome. Good morning. It is my pleasure to welcome you to this workshop, stakeholder engagement workshop for the electricity access scale-up project. Thank you for responding to our call, and we look forward to having fruitful deliberations with you. Join me also to welcome our chief guest today, Dr. Brian Isabirie, Commissioner, Renewable Energy Department at the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, who is representing the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Energy and Mineral Development. Dr. Brian, you are most welcome. And it's now my pleasure to invite Dr. Isabirie to make his remarks and also officially open this workshop. You are most welcome.
A very good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. I am, as introduced, the Commissioner for Renewable Energy Department, but this morning I have the honor to represent my Permanent Secretary that could not make it for this meeting because of an equally important assignment. So she was very kind to let me represent her at this particular meeting that is bringing together development partners, representatives from government, the private sector, civil society organization, and some of our consumers. So my task will be to deliver her speech that she would have been happy to deliver. But she promised that should she have some space after the assignment that she's undertaking, she will make time to come and engage with us and interact with the stakeholders as invited. So I'll go on right away to provide her remarks. Representatives of the World Bank and indeed the other development partners with us here today, the representatives of the ministries, departments, and agencies of government here with us today, the heads of financial institutions and energy service companies with us today, industry stakeholders, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. I am delighted, and then I mean the Permanent Secretary. I am delighted to be here today to open this stakeholders engagement workshop for the Electricity Access Scale-up Project, EASP, organized by the Energy Credit Capitalization Company. As you may know, the Minister of Energy and Mineral Development is at the forefront of overseeing the implementation of government sustainable energy development program. This particular program translates into ensuring access to clean and affordable energy, increased power generation, accelerated grid electrification, and increased access to clean and affordable off-grid solutions in this country. Our current electricity access stands at 57%, with a whole 38% being through off-grid solutions. Additionally, only about 15% of our population use clean cooking fuels, with biomass, and I mean traditional biomass, being the predominantly exploited solution. This state of affairs amplifies the key role that you, the drivers of these energy service companies, still have to play in ensuring that everyone in Uganda has access to electricity, including clean cooking solutions. The government of Uganda recognizes energy as a key driver of development and has put in place conducive enabling environment that is critical to driving access to adequate, clean, but also reliable and affordable electricity or energy. Our policy and regulatory framework includes the Vision 2040, the National Development Plan 3, the Electricity Act 99 and as amended, the National Electrification Strategy 2021 to 2030, the Electricity Connections Policy, which provides for free one-pole and no-pole connections, as well as the Energy Policy 2023, which was recently launched, and indeed most of you participated. The new policy places innovation and sustainability at its forefront, with a goal to meet the energy needs of Uganda population for socio-economic transformation in an environmentally sustainable manner, including emphasis productive use of energy and environmental stewardship. I am therefore delighted to note that government of Uganda, with funding support from the World Bank, is implementing the Electricity Access Scale-Up project, which aims at increasing access to energy for households, commercial enterprises, industrial parks, and public institutions nationwide, including, but not least, to the refugee host districts and the host communities. The Electricity Access Scale-Up project targets more than 1 million on-grid electricity connections and at least 150 off-grid connections. The project will support grid extension and intensification, provide the much-needed financial intermediation for energy access that includes solar home systems, clean cooking solutions for private and public institutions, productive uses of energy both on grid and off-grid, and solar electrification of public institutions in off-grid areas. That means schools, health centers, and water points. This is going to be done in the general public, but also in the refugee and host communities. Project implementation is being carried out by the Minister of Energy and Mineral Development and the Uganda Energy Credit Capitalization Company that is hosting us today. The Uganda Energy Credit Capitalization Company is a government of Uganda institution that was put in place to facilitate financing of renewable energy projects with particular focus on enabling private sector participation. You all note that the formulation or the institution of UECCC came after a thorough analysis of the sector that showed that access to affordable patient and reasonably priced ticket size was a challenge to affordability and access to these technologies. So, under the Electricity Access Scale-Up project, the company is the implementing agents of financial intermediation for energy access component, which is aimed at credit and grants to enable access to clean energy. Uganda Energy Credit Capitalization Company will therefore implement the project through partnerships with financial institutions and energy service companies. The financial institutions include commercial banks, microfinance institutions, savings and credit cooperatives or SACCOs, and learning companies and investment funds. The main objective of this workshop, to which we are grateful that you accepted the invitation, is therefore to engage energy service companies, financial institutions, and other key stakeholders to come on board and partner with government of Uganda through UECCC to implement the electricity access scale-up project and to deliver clean and modern energy services to all parts of Uganda, including refugee and refugee host communities. The expected output or outcome of the project include increased use of energy for lighting, cooking, and productive uses, thus eliminating the environmental impacts such as green gas emissions, deforestation, and poor health associated with using traditional lighting and the three-stone open cooking methods. We all note that the latest record from the World Health Organization shows that Uganda loses up to 20,000 of Ugandans due to illnesses related to indoor inhalation of of gases from poor cooking methods. So this particular project will help improve that situation, but also take care of other aspects such as climate action and environmental stewardship. Let me use this opportunity, therefore, to remind us that protecting the environment is the responsibility of each and every one of us. This project provides that opportunity for us to improve access to energy, but also be key players in environmental stewardship. I will therefore call upon you to embrace Electricity Access Scale-Up project to harness the business opportunities it provides to you as private sector, while partnering with government to implement this important agenda on improving access and sustainable utilizing the resources to improve socioeconomic status of the country. With these many remarks, I want to take this opportunity to declare the workshop open and wish all of you fruitful deliberation for God and my country.
Thank you very much for those very wonderful remarks. Somebody standing near me was about to ask a question, and I say, be patient. We have a session later in the day where all these questions and issues are going to be addressed. And one of the questions we're asking, this thing we're hearing, there is a lot of funding coming to the renewable energy sector. The implementing agencies like Uganda Energy Credit Capitalisation Company, as well as the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. What do I need to access the opportunity to participate in that fund? Is it like a
SACCO that have to be part of an organization to be able to tap into the funds? Is it a bank that the ministry and Uganda Energy Credit Capitalization Company have been given a pot of money that anyone can walk in and access it? At the risk of saying that many of us, unfortunately, do not tap into the opportunities that government, with its development partners, has provided for us to be able to better our lives, to be able to better our country and our economy generally. Because the gist of why this fund or why this program is something that we all must tap into. One, there is a community angle to it, that as we further the agenda of renewable energy within the community, the people that we are supporting can in turn be able to generate income out of the different activities. The many speakers that will speak today will point to the details of what we need to do to be part of that agenda. Allow me, without wasting much time, to invite once again the Managing Director of the Uganda Energy Credit Capitalization Company, Madame Speciosa Ndagire, to deliver her remarks today. Thank you very much.
Distinguished participants, once again, I welcome you to this stakeholder engagement workshop, all protocol observed. My remarks will entail an introduction to what is UECCC, who is Uganda Energy Credit Capitalization Company, and what exactly are we going to do in the electricity access scale-up project. Then my presentation will later on be enhanced by more details about the electricity access scale-up project by my colleagues who will provide the details about the project. My presentation, as I've mentioned, is to give you an introduction about the Uganda Energy Credit Capitalization Company, the setup of the company and our mandate, our vision, mission, and objectives, mode of operation, how do we deliver our business, and also introduce you to our menu of financing programs, which is actually going to be expanded under the electricity access scale-up project. The Uganda Energy Credit Capitalization Company was established to address the financing barriers affecting effective private sector participation in the renewable energy sector in order to facilitate meeting government's capital investment goals for private sector-driven electrification projects. UCC, Uganda Energy Credit Capitalization Company, we are a government institution set up under the Companies Act as a company limited by guarantee and not having share capital. The company is actually the administrator of the Uganda Energy Capitalization Trust, where government pools resources from development partners and government itself for development or financing of renewable energy development or projects. Were operationalized in 2009, primarily to facilitate investments in Uganda's renewable energy sector, with a particular focus on enabling private sector participation. And that's why we are here today, to rally your support as the private sector to partner with us, both financial institutions and energy service companies, so that we implement the electricity access scale-up project. Specifically, Uganda Energy Credit Capitalization Company was set up to administer the Uganda Energy Capitalization Trust. I've already mentioned it's a framework for pooling resources from government and development partners, and to channel the same to renewable energy projects, financing of renewable energy projects. We were also set up to work with various partners, including but not limited to development partners and financial institutions, to provide innovative financing options for renewable energy projects directed at reducing real or perceived risks faced by primary lenders and other financial intermediaries. So under the electricity access scale-up project, we are going to provide a menu of credit support instruments, result-based grants, all directed at addressing the financing barriers inhibiting access to clean energy technologies. So UECCC provides financial, technical, and other support for renewable energy projects in Uganda. Our vision, mission, and objectives, I think this I can skip because it's actually displayed all over for us to internalize. But essentially, our vision is to provide our mission is to provide innovative financing initiatives and technical assistance that enables participation of the private sector and other stakeholders so as to enhance development and access to renewable energy. And we serve as a credit support institution to promote private sector-led renewable energy infrastructure development. And in this regard, we are here to introduce into the Ugandan financial market new and innovative financing modalities, including credit enhancement instruments to support financing of renewable energy projects, including access to all clean energy technologies. What is our mode of operation? How do we do this? And how are we going to work together? Our mode of operation is partnerships. So we work through partnerships with financial institutions, and under the Electricity Access Scale-Up project, we are also going to bring on board renewable energy companies, energy service companies as partners to implement the Electricity Access project, as well as, of course, our other financing programs. So UECCC provides an institutional framework to facilitate participation of the private sector in the financing of renewable energy projects through use of limited public resources to leverage private sector capital. UECCC provides a menu of credit support instruments on business principles, and so we are here to partner with you on business principles as the private sector, to financial institutions and energy service companies to facilitate or catalyze provision of credit for renewable energy within the local financial sector. And so far, UECCC has partnered with the 6 commercial banks, and I'm happy that these partners are here present. We are also so far working with the 6 microfinance institutions and the 6 circles. And the objective of this workshop is to inform you about the Electricity Access Scale-Up project, where we want to increase the number of our partners beyond even the financial institutions to include energy service companies, so that we can be able to work together to bring a difference in the lives of our communities as far as access to clean energy technologies is concerned. We have a menu of financing programs, and I want to emphasize that this menu is going to be expanded under the Electricity Access Scale-Up project. But very quickly, what have we been able to do to date, which we are also going to scale up under the Electricity Access Scale-Up project? So we have a solar loan program for end users. And this one we are implementing with the participating financial institutions, but also through the Electricity Access Scale-Up project, where we are also going now to start partnering with the energy service companies. This one can also be, the energy service companies will also be able to deliver this through result-based grants to reach out to the end users, and my colleagues will later on be expanding on this. So the objective of this facility, the solar financing program, is to address the affordability barrier posed by the initial upfront cost of acquiring solar systems by end users, including households, SMEs, and institutions. And as I've mentioned, implementation of this program will continue under the Electricity Access Scale-Up project and is actually being scaled up. We also have a connection loan program for on-grid connections. As our chief ghost mentioned, under the Electricity Access Scale-Up project, through the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, a free connection is going to be provided for no-pole and one-pole connections. But then to access the free connection, you need to have wired your house. So under this connection loan program, which we are also scaling up under the Electricity Access Scale-Up project, and we are going to implement this in partnership again with the participating financial institutions. Credit will be provided to meet the requirements of wiring of premises, for poles beyond 1 pole, which is not covered under the connection program or free connection under the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development component, as well as 3-phase connections. And this is actually going to complement the grid connection program under the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. We also provide working capital facilities for energy service companies. So far, we have provided working capital facilities to solar companies, but under the electric success scale-up project, where clean cooking, productive uses are also eligible purposes, we are going to expand this, scale up this working capital facility program, so it will be available for all energy service companies, including solar companies, clean cooking companies, suppliers of clean cooking solutions, as well as productive users of energy. Again, we are going to do this in partnership with the participating financial institutions. And of course, the objectives of this facility is to alleviate the working capital challenges faced by the energy service companies. And the ESP is a project where we expect scale, reach out all parts of the country. And we really, this program should help the participating companies to access working capital facilities and stock up to meet the increased demand and scale that we expect to achieve under the electricity access scale-up project. We also have a biogas financing program. Again, we are implementing this in partnership with the participating financial institutions. And the objective of this is to address the affordability barrier again posed by the upfront cost of acquiring domestic biogas systems for cooking and lighting. Of course, UECCC has also, as a way promoting this particular technology, we have installed demonstration systems, so far 38 across the country. We have so far done this in 18 districts, and this program is also being scaled up under the electricity access scale-up project, but also expanding the scope, because beyond the biogas under the electricity access scale-up project, other clean cooking technologies are also going to be covered, including improved biomass cook stoves, LPG, e-cooking, ethanol cook stoves are also now going to be covered under the financing program for clean cooking. We also have a technical assistance program. Under this program, we have so far previously been able to provide early stage technical assistance for pre-investment studies and matchmaking services to 8 local independent power producers with a generation capacity of 76 megawatts, and this enabled the local developers to finish early stage studies and the source equity investors. And with the support from the World Bank in previous programs, UECCC has developed standalone solar loan products for 5 participating financial institutions. This technical assistance will still be available under the electricity access scale-up project. We'll be able to support participating financial institutions, energy service companies. My colleagues later on in their presentations will be able to expand on the eligible technical assistance purposes that will be available to support implementation of the electricity access scale-up project. We also undertake capacity building for independent power producers, financial institutions, and of course other stakeholders. In this program, we're also working very closely with the energy service companies, so we'll continue to work together through appropriate training in identified areas or in support of accelerated implementation of the program. So as I've mentioned, we are scaling up the eligibility purposes under the electricity access scale-up project, and these are going to be presented by my colleagues in subsequent presentations. So what is our, so far what have we been able to achieve in our previous programs? We have been able to catalyze financing for renewable energy. UECCC has so far enabled 18 local financial institutions to take on renewable energy lending as part of their day-to-day business with standalone renewable energy loan products. We have enabled over 1.4 million Ugandans to access clean energy. These include connections to house, on-grid connections, off-grid connections to households, SMEs, and institutions. We have also been able to leverage the PFI's own funding at a ratio of about 1:1. So far, we have been able to commit 29.7 billion concessional funding to participating financial institutions, and the FIs have also been able to contribute, the participating financial institutions, their own funding in addition to what we have deployed to the financial institutions. And of course, as we partner with you financial institutions, you also bring in on board other additional resources beyond the credit facilities from UCC, which include marketing, human resource, of course, expertise in financing, other institutional, other infrastructure such as your branch network across the country, which we all want to ride on to implement the electricity access scale-up project. Of course, I did mention earlier, we have also been able to provide early-stage technical assistance, which enabled local independent power producers to package renewable energy projects. And out of the 8 projects so far supported, 3 projects have been commissioned. Under the electricity access scale-up project, the result-based grants actually should be part of our new financing programs. So, under the electricity access scale-up project, we are bringing on board or expanding our menu of services, and these are the new programs which I'm just going to mention, but will be further explained and clarified by my colleagues in subsequent presentations. We are going to implement result-based grant financing programs, and the result-based grants are going to be provided through energy service companies to address affordability constraints faced by end users, and as well as market entry barriers inhibiting market entry by energy service companies into unserved and underserved areas. And my colleagues will be further presenting the details how this result-based program is going to work. We are also going to finance productive uses of energy, credit through participating financial institutions, and again result-based grants through energy service companies for financing on-grid and off-grid productive uses of energy, such as solar irrigation, solar drying, on-grid milling equipment, and others, is also one of the programs that is coming on board under the electricity access scale-up project. Financing is also going to be provided, grant financing for verification of public institutions. And in this regard, capital grants will be provided to private sector service companies, procured by the Ministries of Water, Health, Education to supply, install, and maintain standalone solar systems for selected public institutions. This procurement and the selection of the energy service providers will be undertaken by the respective ministries, but there is a business opportunity for you there as private sector. Then, as I earlier on mentioned, we are expanding the clean cooking program, financing program. We have so far been doing biogas, but as I've mentioned, this program is now expanding to bring on board, to cover other clean cooking solutions, and of course will cover both domestic as well as institutional cooking solutions. And for the institutional cooking solutions, this is going to be implemented by the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. But again, there is an opportunity for you as private energy companies to take on that opportunity provided under the clean cooking for public institutions. I thank you for your attention, and we look forward to working with you. The Electric Success Scale-Up project provides an opportunity for us to work together, as our chief guest mentioned, to contribute to protecting our environment. Thank you, and you're most welcome.
A bigger round of applause for Madame Speciosa. I think she's done an excellent job to set the ball rolling by giving majority the history about the Uganda Energy Credit Capitalization Company, a bit of a highlight on the previous programs and what happened there. And as the new project has been appropriately named, Scale Up, it means there was something that happened before, and based on the learnings from the previous programs, the funders and the development partners and government decided there was an opportunity within that particular sector. And as such, they would use the opportunity to scale it up. As we move on swiftly, we have representatives from development partners that was supposed to have spoken earlier, but I think coming from the speech of the representative of the permanent secretary, it was only right that we would take our audience into the world of Uganda Energy Credit Capitalization Company, and then the next speakers would only be able to cement what Madame Speciosa has said. But before I invite the next speakers, quick announcement: motor vehicle UAV 116H. If you're around, just wave to the people quickly. Centenary Group, one of the biggest right now. The CEO of Ugaford is also here with us. The CEO of Tujijenge Uganda Limited. CEO Ebo Sacco. General Manager Nyaravur Sacco, all the way from West Nile. The General Manager of Colping Financial Services. Representatives from GIZ and NDEV. The CEO of Uganda Solar Energy Association, and the General Manager of Bogade Sacco, among the many that I've interacted with in the recent past. Ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, allow me to invite a representative from the World Bank to give their remarks.
Good morning. The Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Energy and Minerals Development, represented by Commissioner Dr. Brian Rie, Director of Uganda Energy Credit Capitalization Company, Speciosa Chimera Injagire, private sector representatives here, NGOs here, development partners in the room, and may I say, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Joseph Kapika. I lead the engagement on energy in Uganda. From the bank side, we are delighted to be here this morning, and congratulations to UECCC for such an impressive crowd. Well done, This is an exciting time for us in the bank with the electricity service, the electricity scale-up access project having reached effectiveness in July this year. And as you know, the World Bank has had a long engagement in the energy sector of Uganda. But the electricity scale-up access project is, in a sense, a special project. As the name suggests, it's about scaling up. And we've done many things in the energy sector in Uganda, but with this project, we've stepped up a notch. And hence, as many of you who have read the project documentation that's publicly available, first of all, this is a very large operation. It's a $608 million operation. But secondly, it's a very comprehensive operation. As mentioned by speakers before me, it includes both on-grid, which in a sense is the traditional stuff that we have supported in Uganda and elsewhere. But also it has a very comprehensive set of interventions for what is off the grid. As mentioned by the Managing Director of UECCC in her remarks, on the off-grid side, it goes beyond what we've been doing, which in many places, which is solar home systems and mini-grids, but also looks at interventions such as clean cooking and efficient stoves, clean cooking, and better use of electricity for cooking needs as well. So the question, I guess, is why are we here? And we're here because part of the project's design is also aimed at mobilizing private sector capital. As you know, public sector capital is scarce, and with the different and demands on the public purse, we just won't be able to satisfy the needs of the country regarding access. And hence the need to leverage your support from the private sector in order to scale up, as I said, the project suggests. And hence that's the importance of today's gathering. And in our mind, this is just the first of many gatherings of such nature which UECCC shall hold with various stakeholders and various private sector participants, because ultimately your success will be the project's success and also ultimately Uganda's success. Let me end here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. At the risk of saying what I'm not supposed to say, some people are saying that you're no longer with us, but I think you've seen. $608 million. That's the project worth. It's just that sometimes when we do good things, we don't want to make a lot of noise about them. You see, we are humble people. But for anyone that had any doubts about whether they are with us or not, I think you've heard. You've seen. I won't add any more because I might say something that is politically incorrect. But you've seen and you've heard. So have no doubt about whether this project will be successful or not. The commitment from the partners is there. The commitment from government is there, and the commitment from the implementing agencies is there to make sure that this project is a success. I won't say many things. Allow me to invite quickly, in the interest of time, the Director, Trade Execution at the Uganda Energy Credit Capitalization Company to tell us a little bit more about this project. The Director will be quickly followed by the Project Manager of the Electricity Access Scale-Up Project. And once that will be the last speech for the morning, we'll take a quick break. Then we'll have 2 breakout sessions, one focused on energy service companies and another focused on financial institutions. Then we'll go into the details of what this project is all about. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me loud and clear. We are pleased to be with you this morning. And basically, my name's Roy Nyamutale Baguma, and I serve as the Director Transaction Execution with the Uganda Energy Credit Capitalization Company. We are very pleased to have a full house here today, as it should be, because this is a very important project, both for the companies and the financial institutions, but we should not forget the targeted beneficiaries. So we are just going to provide some bit of more details on the project components. There has been a brief from the Permanent Secretary, represented by the Commissioner, and also the MD, but we just want to give you some more meat on the project components of the scale-up project. And Brian is trying to teach me how to, no. I want to go back. Oh no. So it's quite a bit of time since I used these toys. But we are here. We are here. The younger men are better at it. So basically, the project has 5 components, and I will just run through these components briefly, just for the knowledge of the audience here, because this is one of the ways that we are creating awareness about the entire project. The first component, component 1, is grid expansion and connectivity, and this component is implemented by the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, and it is in place to scale up last mile connections to the grid under the electricity connections policy, and it will support medium voltage and low voltage network strengthening to transport electricity largely generated from renewable energy sources. Among others, it will target schools, health centers, and other public institutions which will be connected to the grid. Then we have component 2, which is the reason why, the main focus as to why we are here. And this is the financial intermediation for energy access scale-up. And this component is implemented by Uganda Energy Credit Capitalization Company. And under this component, we will extend lines of credit to participating financial institutions, including commercial banks, microfinance institutions, leasing companies, Tier 4 financial institutions, and funds. In addition, the component will partner with energy service companies to extend grants, to set prices at levels accessible to lower income beneficiaries. And these grants will be conveyed by energy service companies. Grant support for price subsidies will be linked to verifiable outputs, meaning that the grants will be disbursed against evidence of a sale or a connection. And grants will also be extended to address market entry barriers faced by solar companies and clean cooking companies as they take the risks to enter markets which they would otherwise not consider. Then we have component 3, which is the energy access in refugee host communities. And the primary objective of the refugee host district component is to provide dedicated funding to promote integration of refugees and host districts in national plans and programs to ensure that vulnerable and marginalized people of all communities in Uganda have equal access to social and economic benefits. And the targeted refugee host districts include Ajumani, Isingiro, Kamwenge, Kikube, Kiriandongo, Koboko, Kiegegwa, Lamuo, Obongi, Madi, Okolo, Terego, and Yumbe. And a subcomponent will finance grid connections in those refugee host districts, while a subcomponent, another subcomponent will support grants to bridge end user affordability gaps. And on the supply side, private sector service delivery will be incentivized through availability of partial grants, supporting the additional costs associated with market development in refugee host districts. So the ESCOs that are here and the PFIs that are here, you need to target those refugee host districts as part of your plans as we engage with you during implementation of this project. Then we have project implementation support, and this one is basically towards establishment of the operations of the project implementation units, both at the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development and UECCC. Then we have the contingent emergency response, which is just in place to provide for situations of urgent need for reallocation of funds in case the need arises. So that is basically the entire project, but now we'll focus a bit more on the financial intermediation aspects, which is the main reason why we are here today. Oh. Yes. So we wanted to, in a very brief way, to be able to show you the funds flow for the grant arrangements that we have for the project. So the main we have grants in place to address affordability constraints of targeted beneficiaries. From where I'm standing on the left-hand side, you have the Uganda Energy Credit Capitalisation Company, and we have invited companies through adverts and also on our website to express interest to participate in a results-based financing program. And under that results-based financing program, UECCC will be partnering with energy service companies to extend grants to end users by way of price discounts. And these price discounts across the range of technologies for productive uses, off-grid solar, for lighting and charging, clean cooking, range between 40 to 60%. So Uganda Energy, when you respond, some of you have submitted. When you respond, we will evaluate those expressions of interest. And after we have evaluated, those that will meet the eligibility criteria, we will enter into grant agreements with those companies. And those companies will include solar companies, distributors of solar, lighting systems, and companies that are also dealing in productive uses in the areas, eligible areas such as irrigation, refrigeration, cooling, grain milling, water heating, among others, and also clean cooking technology companies and distributors. And these companies will, in the course of their day-to-day business as they sell, they will extend grants to the end users, and the targeted beneficiaries are households and enterprises. And once there is confirmation that they have made sales and extended those grants, these companies will be required to submit claims so that UECCC can instruct an independent verification agent to verify that indeed these claims are valid. And once that is done, then UECCC should be in a position to reimburse, to provide the grants that will have been extended in advance by the energy service companies. So it is, the grants are not going to be provided in advance. They are going to be provided subject to confirmation of a verifiable output, which will be the sales and the connections. And on the lower arrows there, UECCC will be monitoring what the energy service companies will be doing, and the energy service companies will also be required to provide after-sales service. After-sales service to the households and enterprises. But further to the grants which are conveyed to the end users, UECCC, as part of this project, has also provided for market entry grants. And these are grants that are in place to address market entry barriers as companies take on the risk to enter markets that they would otherwise not consider. So there will be a benefit for any connections or sales that are done outside Kampala and Entebbe. And so, but we will continue to provide more by way of grants. You should check on our website and read the sub-POM for results-based financing. As you go further into places like Karamoja, the benefit or the grant also increases. The main purpose of this is to ensure that we have a nationwide outlook of the project. We don't want energy service companies to enjoy the comfort zone of selling these products only in Kampala and Entebbe, and yet we have very, very big problems deep in the rural areas. The islands need you there. So please ensure that we can be able to address the access challenges in the rural areas. Yeah, this time I got it right. So the next one is the financial intermediation aspects, where now we will be implementing the credit support facility. I'm sure we have been monitoring visitations on our website. There is a credit support facility there. And the credit support facility provides for how we will provide financing in partnership with participating financial institutions in order to address working capital challenges, and also in order to address the upfront cost associated with acquiring clean technologies by end users, being households and enterprises. And so on the left-hand side, we have Uganda Energy Credit Capitalization Company. And Uganda Energy Credit Capitalization Company is looking forward to financial institutions, both here in this room and out there. Please spread the word. We are looking for SACCOs, savings and credit cooperative organizations, microfinance institutions, commercial banks, leasing companies and funds that can be able to partner with us. And we will extend lines of credit to these financial institutions so that the financial institutions can on-lend and provide credit facilities to solar companies, clean cooking suppliers, to address the challenge of accessing working capital. Working capital will be necessary especially for even those companies that will participate under the RBF, but even those that will not participate under the results-based financing. There is need for continuous stocking up of stock because demand is definitely there when we consider what the access levels are in the country. And so Uganda Energy Credit Capitalization Company will enter into financing agreements with SACCOs, microfinance institutions, local banks and leasing companies and funds, and credit facilities. When you go to the financial institutions as energy service companies and as end users, households and enterprises, you should be able to access financing. And we have provided an abridged version of the eligible purposes. We will support house wiring. House wiring is a precursor for a connection. Government is providing the free connection, but the prerequisite is that your house should be wired. And then we will also be in place to support what the electricity connection policy does not support. It supports single pole or no pole, but where there is need for more poles outside what the electricity connection policy provides, which is free, we will be in a position to consider that. And also three-phase connections. And we will also be able, under these projects, to support working capital for companies that are dealing in productive uses of electricity equipment, such as grain milling machines, in order to promote on-grid electricity consumption. And we will also support productive uses of solar, for commercial purposes in the areas including water pumping, irrigation, refrigeration, water heating, and grain milling. There is also solar. There is also a solar option for grain milling. We'll also support working capital and end-user loans for improved cook stoves, for private institutions such as schools and bakeries. No. This next section is going to be conveyed by the project manager. UECCC, this is a scale-up project, so UECCC is also scaling up. And we have some faces which you are going to see here that you haven't seen before. We have a project manager for this project, and I want to introduce him to you. We smoked him out of Letshego, so he's here with us, and he's the project manager for this project, Electricity Access Scale-Up project. So those of you who have your telephones, please take photos. But look at him keenly. He's the one who is now going to be your point man. Okay, Samuel. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Roy, for putting me on the spot. A very good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen, in all your different capacities. The government, World Bank as our specific development partner, and to the financial institutions and the ESCOs that are here, and the different stakeholders. Thank you very much for honoring our invite. So, the previous speakers have indicated and sort of spoken to the different programs that we have in place. You've had the credit support facility that you will hear a lot about during the breakout sessions. We also have result-based financing that again will go in depth during the break. We also have got public institutions. I think we'll speak about that one also at some point. But I want to, if you'll allow me, to take us through the technical assistance as one of those areas in which we shall be keen to participate or help the different partners in this space. I hope I won't struggle like Roy on this. So technical assistance is one of the programs that is there in place to support the other three that I have spoken about. Credit support facility, it is there to support result-based financing, and it is there to support the public institutions. So under this arrangement, we have got entities that will be eligible for this technical assistance. So if you're looking for ways in which to open business in another country, we're not sure if that is one of those that is eligible, but I'll take you through quickly which kind of entities will be qualifying for technical assistance under this project. And then also at a later point, we shall see what is the eligibility or what kind of support we can be able to provide. So the objective is to help the beneficiaries and other stakeholders to build capacity and skills to address the barriers to effective service delivery for the ESCOs and also for the financial institutions and the other stakeholders. So who is eligible? What kind of beneficiaries can actually apply for this assistance? All the information that I'm speaking about here is already public information. I'm just trying to bring it into this space where you're able to see it, and then at some point during the course of the day, you're able to reach out to our staff. I think our staff are all wearing tags to be able to get more information around the technical assistance, and any other areas that might be of interest to you. So financial institutions, participating financial institutions are eligible, and then also the financial institutions that are applying to become eligible or applying to become participating financial institutions are eligible to apply for technical assistance. Number 2 would be the energy service companies. A lot of you who are offering solar home systems, productive use equipment, and clean cooking solutions, you are also eligible to apply for technical assistance. NGOs that are active in these spaces, we have got a lot of associations, umbrella associations, whether it is for clean cooking or whether it is for instance, USEA, and others are also eligible to apply for technical assistance. Other stakeholders, for instance, those that are involved in setting up and development of standards that can be deployed across the country, would also be eligible for technical assistance in line with the different kind of work that they are doing to ensure that we have got a very healthy and a healthy environment in which we are operating under renewable energy. We have got clean energy associations, those are also eligible, and then agencies and companies that are involved in e-waste management. As you know, a lot of the things that we are promoting in this project, there is a waste component. And so how do we deal with the waste? We don't want the waste to become a problem when we have completed the project or when the project has actually picked up, and then you start having to look for another project to sort out the problems a project actually delivered on. So those are the eligible beneficiaries under this project. What kind of purpose are we willing to support with technical assistance? So financial institutions, remember we said financial institutions are eligible to apply for technical assistance, and we are here to support financial institutions to establish environment and social management systems, that is ESMS. In case your financial institution does not have one in place as yet, you can then be able to apply for technical assistance to help you develop an ESMS if you do not have one already. And we will also be extending training in loan appraisal for clean energy lending. A lot of the financial institutions have been doing a lot of credit, offering a lot of credit out there, but without necessarily kind of keeping hands off clean energy lending because of it could be knowledge gaps or things like that. But under this program, or this project, sorry, we shall be offering technical assistance for those that actually require training on loan appraisal for clean energy lending. For ESCOs, some of your products may not be tested or not yet, certification is not yet in place. We'll be assisting in that line to ensure that we get quality certification for your products and also for testing. For instance, there might be some new innovations and developments in clean cooking technologies, and you want to get your product certified or the quality, to establish the quality of that product that you have put out in the market, you are eligible to apply for technical assistance. We will also be supporting strategic marketing relating to refugee and host community districts. This project has got a very key deliverable to ensure that not just the refugees, but the refugee hosting communities are benefiting from the programs that we have put in place. So we shall be looking forward to the support and working together with the financial institutions and ESCOs to make sure that those identified districts, that there are 12 in total, that you have got presence in those places, that you have got a strategy, a clear strategy on how we're going to be able to deliver to those host communities, the refugees and the host communities, but also with a balance with what you would consider the less privileged or being gender sensitive, ensuring that the women are also able to get, be able to consume some of these products, women-led businesses, and things like that. So we'll be offering technical assistance in that direction. IT training because as you'll hear later on, especially for the circles, when we get in depth into the programs, you'll be able to see how we are going to deliver the results-based financing, and you'll get to know that a bit of the monitoring of what we want to offer is going to be on a web-based platform. So we'll have to train the energy service companies and their employees on how to be able to capture this information, so that verification becomes easier at the point when we are going to be able to refund money to the energy service companies. And then we shall be enhancing readiness for meeting ESMS and development of ESMPs. Again, in the breakout sessions, we'll explain what all these different acronyms stand for. For now, if you just bear with me, but at some point, I'm sure at the end of the day, you'll be experts at the jargon that we are using right now. The last group that we would consider eligible, those would be the other stakeholders. For instance, if you look at USEA and UNAC, USEA being the Solar Energy Association, UNAC the one for clean cooking, the umbrella associations. We shall provide support to members to address technical and business capacity gaps. I think we're already in engagement with a number of them to see how we can be able to support, because we really need this project and the objectives to be achieved within the time period that we have. So Mr. Kapika from the World Bank said that the project became effective in July. So we have got until June 2027 to ensure that we have achieved the objectives of this project. We'll also support institutions like UNBS and other entities that are out there for standardization and certification to ensure that the quality of whatever is being made available to Ugandans is healthy, and it's not something that will cause detriment or detrimental to people's health. So technical assistance will be available. And then obviously for those who are doing testing for the different technologies, for instance, I know there's there's CRIC, for instance, at Makerere. Entities like those will also be eligible to apply for technical assistance. So as I come to the close of my very brief presentation, I would like the players, the ESCOs and the financial institutions here to take very important note of this that I'm about to say. On 12th and 14th of this month, we put out adverts in the newspapers of the Daily Monitor and the New Vision, and also on our website. And we called for expressions of interest from energy, from financial institutions to participate in the financing of clean cooking technology, financing of clean cooking technologies, that is off-grid solar clean cooking and productive uses. This advert, as you'll note at the bottom of that page, expires on 26th of October. We know there are quite a number of institutions. I've seen a few representatives here that have already submitted the expressions of interest, and we thank you so much because you are also clearly participating in the journey to ensure that we achieve Vision 2040. So thank you and those that have not yet applied, you might be frustrating Vision 2040. So I appeal to you to submit your expressions of interest. And if you've come with it here, do you have a provision to receive? I'm sure we can make a provision to receive if you have yours here as well. The address to the managing director, she's here. So I'm sure we can be able to receive them if you have them available. Then we called for an expression of interest from the energy service companies to participate in the RBF program. It's a very exciting one. There are 3 schemes under it. And for the energy service companies that are here, I am very certain that this project is going to take you to the next level, because once you express your interest and you are accredited or you are pre-qualified to participate in this, you should be able to see a very big growth or jump in the level of your business. Thirdly, we also put out a call to pre-qualify ESCOs to supply and install or install clean energy solutions to end users. Again, all these 3 that I have spoken about, the call expires on 26th of October at 2 p.m. East African time. And if you delay to bring in your application, please note that this is on a first-come, first-served basis. We spoke about the $638 million that this project is entirely, in its entirety, but under UECCC we shall be handling, I think, a total of $135 million. So it is not a bottomless pool. So the ones that come in first and get accredited are the ones that we shall deal with. So I've seen the CEO of Uganda here. I've seen the representatives from Centenary and from Stanbic. Please make sure that you get back and work on these expressions of interest in earnest, such that we are able to get this program, this project quickly up and running. For technical assistance will be driven by what we get as feedback from you, especially even in this session. I think we'll be gathering quite a bit of feedback to understand what kind of technical assistance we need to put out there and how quickly. But the mode of procuring who will be able to provide this assistance will be started on shortly. We'll need to get consultants on board to be able to help developing those things that are related to environment, health, safety, and social safeguards, the things that we spoke about as eligible purposes earlier. Yes, I think I know we started a bit late, so we need to catch up on a bit of time. So if you'll allow me to end here, I thank you all for attending and honoring our invite, and request that in the next session that happens, the breakout sessions, which we have split between financial institutions and the energy service companies, because we believe the approach to the two is slightly different. So we'll have a breakout session. I know Brian will coordinate that exercise and explain to you where you shall be for that breakout session. We request full engagement, ask us the questions, make some suggestions. We believe that we can together deliver this project and its objectives, and ultimately by 2040 we shall have achieved the actual objective of the nation, as has already been indicated. Thank you so much for listening, and wish you great deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A big round of applause for the project manager. To know that people are actually following everything that you're saying. Somebody told me you actually didn't introduce yourself. You only called yourself the project manager. So we don't know whether project manager is your name or, but that's Sam Ochanya, the project manager of the Electric Access Scale-Up project. I've done the honors of introducing him by name, not by title. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. We are about an hour behind, but like I promised, we will do everything possible to try and recover the time that we've lost. The next session is where we now discuss the details. The details of the expression of interest scores that we put out, the pre-qualification of S scores that are going to work with the financial institutions. And I'd like to urge everyone, in as much as this particular forum, for one reason or another, wasn't made very public, but we've shared a link that should be shared with the specific stakeholders. UNACS, the UCRs of this world, Uganda Bankers Association, AMFU, there are specific links we've shared. Please circulate those to your colleagues that have not been able to come here so that they follow specifically the next part of our program today. So we're going to go into break out in 2 rooms. The energy service companies and our stakeholders will remain in this room, okay? Because I think the scores are much more than the others. We'll remain in this room. That is where the breakout session discussion is going to happen, and it's going to be led by specific program managers. The financial institutions and the other associations that support them, with a couple of stakeholders that are interested in what is going to happen within that space. There is a meeting room on the first floor. That is the one that we'll use. We've set up a private link for the financial institutions. Again, because issues of finance sometimes are not very easy to discuss. I don't think anyone here discusses finances with everyone. Some don't even discuss with their wives, so you must understand. And their husbands. They are private in nature. For those that came in a little later, we have break tea on the outside. So those who are going upstairs, as you walk out, please pick a cup of tea. Those who are here and you'd like, an extra cup of tea or something to bite, please pick it up. And within the next, call it 10 minutes, those 2 sessions should be kicking off immediately. Again, there are ushers within the corridor. Financial institutions going to the first floor. You'll be guided where the discussion is going to happen. Energy service companies and some of the stakeholders that would like to follow a discussion here, we shall use this room. Thank you very much, and I wish you very fruitful deliberations, because the core or the meat of the workshop today is in those 2 sessions that are coming up. I thank you.
The Uganda Energy Credit Capitalisation Company is a government institution set up under the Companies Act as a company limited by guarantee and not having share capital. The company's main objective is to provide financial, technical and other support for renewable energy projects and programs.
So Uganda Energy Credit Capitalisation Company came on board in 2009, basically to help private sector prepare itself to partake of the opportunity that had been created. But they had to be helped to build the capacity so that they are able to get finances which are affordable at concessional level. They reached out to rural areas, Soroti, down in Chisoro, in Hoima. They are covering the whole country by identifying those small private financing institutions to help them prepare themselves. And so you can see that their contribution is growing. Although hydropower is also increasing, but solar energy has surpassed hydropower. Hydropower contributes 19%, whereas the solar energy contributes 39%. So you can see that they have bridged the gap. So the more we capitalize, the more they also help in making sure that we increase power distribution in this country.
I'm using the solar for this grinding mill, and I also have a shop behind there. And in the shop we have a refrigerator, and we have a charging system which we charge phones for money, and we also have a saloon whereby all these are using the solar system.
And we are so grateful to the Tujijenge. The solars have helped us a lot, mostly for me here. Patients come at night, you're supposed to candlelight. So without this solar, I wouldn't have managed it.
UECCC is also the administrator of Uganda Energy Capitalisation Trust. Accordingly, the objectives of UECCC are to serve as a credit support institution and to promote private sector-led renewable energy infrastructure development.
The Uganda Energy Credit Capitalisation Company Limited has a mandate which is running around, number one, ensuring increased access to clean energy. This is especially for those rural, hard to reach areas or the hard to serve areas, so that we can also get them access our clean energy. But also, most importantly, to facilitate the financing of renewable energy development, particularly for those private sector companies which could be with interest in investing in clean energy. So we are mainly a company that wanted to bridge that gap between what is happening with the national grid and those who are left out, especially at the grassroots, by having them access clean energy and access it at affordable cost by modeling a way of bringing in private sector participation so that we can be able to reach those areas.
To be the leading provider of financing solutions and technical assistance to facilitate renewable energy development and access, to provide innovative financing initiatives and technical assistance that enables participation of the private sector and other stakeholders so as to enhance development and access to renewable energy.
We've been able to extend credit to about 2,000 families that have been able to access power connection as well as solar connection. And this one they've been able to do through our products, which have been codenamed Sente Solar as well as Sente Power. So we want to thank our partners, the UECCC, for being able to enable our clients through the bank, Centenary Bank, to access power. And once power is availed to them, definitely we know we'll be enabling them to do investments and eventually being able to create the small jobs that people need to be able to develop the economy.
Sun King is one of the partners with Uganda Energy Credit Capitalisation Company, and together with them we have been able to get working capital loans, end user financing for individuals and enterprises that has enabled them acquire solar solutions. So we have partnered with a number of microfinance institutions in Uganda, including the banks, and at these different at their locations there is visibility of Sun King products. There is also knowledge on how to guide any customers, whether it's the bank customers or customers walking by, to be able to acquire products.
And what are some of the current strategies being deployed within the mandate of key actors in the renewable energy subsector to improve these scenarios?
So UECCC is at the forefront to really drive the government's agenda in ensuring we are using clean energy, but also energy-efficient technologies. We really want to implore as many stakeholders as possible to benefit from the facilities that the UECCC is supporting through different financiers or financing institutions and private energy companies. The team at UECCC walks the journey with you when you want to access funding, even if it meant getting a transaction advisor to package a solution for the entity that intends to benefit from the facility. They are available to provide that kind of support.
We have a menu of corporate support instruments, including concessional funding to partner financial institutions, partial credit risk guarantees, and technical assistance to private sector players to facilitate provision of credit for clean energy projects. Since our operationalization, we have developed and implemented innovative, scalable financing solutions that demonstrate actual impact on the ground. We have facilitated financial institutions to take on energy lending as part of their day-to-day lending business with the standalone energy loan products such as the Center Solar at Centenary Bank, Green Loan at Equity Bank, and Biogas Loan Facility at Ebo Sacco. We have also facilitated financial institutions to provide working capital loans to clean energy companies. Through the various financing programs, UECCC has enabled 1.2 million Ugandans to access clean energy, including solar, biogas, and on-grid connections. Under our technical assistance program, UECCC has enabled local developers to package bankable renewable energy projects through provision of early-stage funding. Through this program, we have so far provided early-stage technical assistance to 8 local independent producers with a generation capacity of 76.7 megawatts. This enabled the local developers to finish early-stage studies and secure equity investors.
The Government of Uganda Electricity Connection Policy 2018 and 2017 has set a target of 300,000 on-grid connections per annum. Government of Uganda is implementing a free connection policy. In that regard, UECCC is extending funding to support house wiring and connections to communities in different parts of the country.
I've benefited from this electrical loan very much. When the program came in, they sensitized it about the program. I just took interest straight away. At home here, I'm trying to look for things, the way of opening something like also we selling some of these cold drinks and so on.
The Uganda Energy Credit Capitalization Company deploys limited public resources on business principles to leverage private sector capital towards meeting the country's financing requirements for increased access to modern energy services. 29.7 billion Uganda shillings has so far been committed as concessional funding to PFIs, projected to leverage PFIs on funding at 28.2 billion Uganda shillings, thus enabling a total 57.9 billion Uganda shillings to be availed towards clean energy financing.
The government of Uganda, with support from the World Bank, will implement the Electricity Access Scale-Up project with the key objective of increasing access to households, commercial enterprises, industrial parks, and public institutions, with inclusion of refugee host districts. The project has 2 key components: grid expansion and connectivity component at $528 million, and the financial intermediation component at $110 million. The financial intermediation component is going to be implemented by Uganda Energy Credit Capitalization Company. UECCC will unlock supply side and demand side financing to increase access to solar equipment for lighting and charging, solar equipment for productive uses, and clean cooking solutions. More specifically, under this project, UECCC will partner with energy service companies. Those are the solar companies, the clean cooking companies, distributors of productive use of equipment, to be able to extend or convey affordability constraint grants to targeted beneficiaries, which will be households and commercial enterprises. And the way this will work is that the companies will convey price discounts or subsidies to these households, where the households and enterprises will be able to access the various types of equipment at discounts offered by government in the range of 40 to 50% of the price. And for accountability purposes, UECCC will reimburse the energy service companies after verified confirmation that the price discounts have been delivered to the targeted beneficiaries. When it comes to the supply side, UECCC will provide financing through participating financial institutions to the distributors of and the retailers of solar equipment for lighting and charging, solar equipment for productive uses, for eligible purposes such as irrigation, water pumping, solar drying, refrigeration and cooling, and clean cooking technologies, so that the companies can be able to access working capital and be able to stock up in response to the demand that will be stimulated through the grants that will be provided by the project. And so the stimulation will be from the demand side and supply side to ensure that we increase access to productive uses of solar equipment for commercial enterprises, and also increase the penetration of solar electrification in the country. For the financial institutions, UECCC will provide partial credit guarantees for purposes of risk sharing when the participating financial institutions are providing working capital facilities, sizable working capital facilities, to the companies that will be dealing in the equipment for solar and for clean cooking. And the whole aim of the risk sharing will also be to ensure that we reduce the real or perceived risks associated with lending for clean technologies, but also to reduce the collateral requirements that inhibit access to credit for companies that deal in clean technologies. Thank you.
Bwata ngasimanyo kutata echimwa ngolere ngaba sima kutsibu singutira busobulero erisimali kuwali erengolera chibanza mwamambimbira kwe nyumba eruli risimali erenga college eringa basimama endi mwasinja kutsibu
This project has done the best to the community. The community is appreciating so much. Regarding the in-kind compensation, in Sonja, in Kaisenda Cell, we have constructed 6 houses in the entire project of in Bunyangabu. So in Kaisenda Cell, we have 4 houses constructed. In Igasa, we have 2. Generally, the community is very happy for what has been done, because we have been telling them, promising them that the government will construct these houses, buy land for them, and it has come to reality. So I thank the management for the project, for this really making it a reality. Thank you so much.
The Uganda Energy Credit Capitalisation Company is a government institution set up under the Companies Act as a company limited by guarantee and not having share capital. The company's main objective is to provide financial, technical and other support for renewable energy projects and programs.
So Uganda Energy Credit Capitalisation Company came on board in 2009 basically to help private sector prepare itself to partake of the opportunity that had been created. But they had to be helped to build capacity so that they are able to get finances which are affordable at concessional level. They've reached out to rural areas, Soroti, down in Chisoro, in Hoima. They are covering the whole country by identifying those small private financing institutions to help them prepare themselves. And so you can see that their contribution is growing. Although hydropower is also increasing, but solar energy has surpassed hydropower. Hydropower contributes 19%, whereas the solar energy contributes 39%. So you can see that they have bridged the gap. So the more we capitalize, the more they also help in making sure that we increase power distribution in this country.
I'm using the solar for this grinding mill, and I also have a shop behind there. And in the shop we have a refrigerator, and we have a charging system which we charge phones for money, and we also have a saloon whereby all these are using the solar system.
And we are so grateful to the Tujijenge. The solars have helped us a lot, mostly for me here. Patients come at night, you're supposed to cannulate. So without this solar, I wouldn't have managed it.
UECCC is also the administrator of Uganda Energy Capitalisation Trust. Accordingly, the objectives of UECCC are to serve as a credit support institution and to promote private sector-led renewable energy infrastructure development.
The Uganda Energy Credit Capitalisation Company Limited has a mandate which is running around, number one, ensuring increased access to clean energy. This is especially for those rural, hard to reach areas or the hard to serve areas, so that we can also get them access our clean energy. But also, most importantly, to facilitate the financing of renewable energy development, particularly for those private sector companies which could be with interest in investing in clean energy. So we are mainly a company that wanted to bridge that gap between what is happening with the national grid and those who are left out, especially at the grassroots, by having them access clean energy and access it at affordable cost by modeling a way of bringing in private sector participation so that we can be able to reach those areas.
To be the leading provider of financing solutions and technical assistance to facilitate renewable energy development and access, to provide innovative financing initiatives and technical assistance that enables participation of the private sector and other stakeholders so as to enhance development and access to renewable energy.
We've been able to extend credit to about 2,000 families that have been able to access power connection as well as solar connection. And this one they've been able to do through our products, which have been codenamed Sente Solar as well as Sente Power. We want to thank our partners, the UECCC, for being able to enable our clients through the bank, Centenary Bank, to access power. And once power is availed to them, definitely we know we'll be enabling them to do investments and eventually being able to create the small jobs that people need to be able to develop the economy.
Sun King is one of the partners with Uganda Energy Credit Capitalisation Company. And together with them, we have been able to get working capital loans, end-user financing for individuals and enterprises that has enabled them acquire solar solutions. So we have partnered with a number of microfinance institutions in Uganda, including the banks. And at these different, at their locations, there is visibility of Sun King products. There is also knowledge on how to guide any customers, whether it's the bank customers or customers walking by, to be able to acquire products.
And what are some of the current strategies being deployed within the mandate of key actors in the renewable energy subsector to improve these scenarios?
So UECCC is at the forefront to really drive the government's agenda in ensuring we are using clean energy, but also energy-efficient technologies. We really want to implore as many stakeholders as possible to benefit from the facilities that the UECCC is supporting through different financiers or financing institutions and private energy companies. The team at UECCC walks the journey with you when you want to access funding, even if it meant getting a transaction advisor to package a solution for the entity that intends to benefit from the facility. They are available to provide that kind of support.
We have a menu of credit support instruments, including concessional funding to partner financial institutions, partial credit risk guarantees, and technical assistance to private sector players to facilitate provision of credit for clean energy projects. Since our operationalization, we we have developed and implemented innovative, scalable financing solutions that demonstrate actual impact on the ground. We have facilitated financial institutions to take on energy lending as part of their day-to-day lending business with the standalone energy loan products such as the Center Solar at Centenary Bank, Equi-Green Loan at Equity Bank, and Biogas Loan Facility at Able Circle. We have also facilitated financial institutions to provide working capital loans to clean energy companies. Through the various financing programs, UECCC has enabled 1.2 million Ugandans to access clean energy, including solar, biogas, and on-grid connections. Under our technical assistance program, UECCC has enabled local developers to package bankable renewable energy projects through provision of early-stage funding. Through this program, we have so far provided early-stage technical assistance to 8 local independent producers with a generation capacity of 76.7 megawatts. This enabled the local developers to finish early-stage studies and secure equity investors.
The Government of Uganda Electricity Connection Policy 2018 and 2017 has set a target of 300,000 on-grid connections per annum. Government of Uganda is implementing a free connection policy. In that regard, UECCC is extending funding to support house wiring and connections to communities in different parts of the country.
I've benefited from this electrical loan very much. When the program came in, they sensitized it about the program. I just took interest straight away. At home here, I'm trying to look for things, the way of opening something like also we selling some of these cold drinks and so on.
Uganda Energy Credit Capitalization Company deploys limited public resources on business principles to leverage private sector capital towards meeting the country's financing requirements for increased access to modern energy services. 29.7 billion Uganda shillings has so far been committed as concessional funding to PFIs, projected to leverage PFIs on funding at 28.2 billion Uganda shillings, thus enabling a total 57.9 billion Uganda shillings to be availed towards clean energy financing.
The government of Uganda, with support from the World Bank, will implement the Electricity Access Scale-Up project with the key objective of increasing access to households, commercial enterprises, industrial parks, and public institutions, with inclusion of refugee host districts. The project has 2 key components: grid expansion and connectivity component at $528 million, and the financial intermediation component at $110 million. The financial intermediation component is going to be implemented by Uganda Energy Credit Capitalization Company. UECCC will unlock supply side and demand side financing to increase access to solar equipment for lighting and charging, solar equipment for productive uses, and clean cooking solutions. More specifically, under this project, UECCC will partner with energy service companies. Those are the solar companies, the clean cooking companies, distributors of productive use of equipment, to be able to extend or convey affordability constraint grants to targeted beneficiaries, which will be households and commercial enterprises. And the way this will work is that the companies will convey price discounts or subsidies to these households, where the households and enterprises will be able to access the various types of equipment at discounts offered by government in the range of 40 to 50% of the price. And for accountability purposes, UECCC will reimburse the energy service companies after verified confirmation that the price discounts have been delivered to the targeted beneficiaries. When it comes to the supply side, UECCC will provide financing through participating financial institutions to the distributors of and the retailers of solar equipment for lighting and charging, solar equipment for productive use.
Let's take our seats and reconvene for the next session. Next session, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, on the outside, can I humbly request that we reconvene so that the next session can start as soon as possible. Thank you.
Uses for eligible purposes such as irrigation, water pumping, solar drying, refrigeration and cooling, and clean cooking technologies, so that the companies can be able to access working capital and be able to stock up in response to the demand that will be stimulated through the grants that will be provided by the project. And so the stimulation will be from the demand side and supply side to ensure that we increase access to productive uses of solar equipment for commercial enterprises, and also increase the penetration of solar electrification in the country. For the financial institutions, UECCC will provide partial credit guarantees for purposes of risk sharing when the participating financial institutions are providing working capital facilities, sizable working capital facilities, to the companies that will be dealing in the equipment for solar and for clean cooking. And the whole aim of the risk sharing will also be to ensure that we reduce the real or perceived risks associated with lending for clean technologies, but also to reduce the collateral requirements that inhibit access to credit for companies that deal in clean technologies. Thank you.
atya ngasimanywe kutata echimwangolere ngavasima kutsivu singuthe vusuvuleru erisimali kuwali eringulira chivanza mwamambimbira kwenyumba eryo lirisimali eringakolachi eringavasimamu endi mwasinja kutsivu
This project has done the best to the community. The community is appreciating so much. Regarding the in-kind compensation, in Sonja, in Kaisenda Cell, we have constructed 6 houses in the entire project of in Bunyangabu. So in Kaisenda Cell, we have 4 houses constructed. In Igasa, we have 2. Generally, the community is very happy for what has been done, because we have been telling them, promising them that the government will construct these houses, buy land for them, and it has come to reality. So I thank the management for the project, for this really making it a reality. Thank you so much.
Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, those who are still outside, can I humbly request that we come back inside the room so that we can start the next session. Sorry. Those who are still outside the room, please let's come in for the next session. We need to be able to cover a number of slides in the next 2 hours at most so that we can break off for lunch on time. Let's take our seats once again. This is the focus of the workshop today, the details of the benefit to the energy service companies from the project. So let's take our seats and let's commence the presentations as soon as possible.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very wonderful morning to you all once again. I hope that as of now, everyone is comfortable. I hope everyone has had a cup of coffee or a cup of tea. And I hope everyone has had a small bite as we go into the next 2 hours of a session. Before we commence, allow me once again to thank you, and thank you very much for coming. And most importantly, because we selected the right people to come and attend this workshop. Madam Ndagire told me a story, but I won't repeat it. But the importance we attach to this is, you know, sometimes people hold workshops and the intention is simply to fill a room. Our intention was to bring people into the room that will actually derive a benefit from this project. This project does not belong to me, it does not belong to my grandfather, it belongs to all of us. And all of us must derive the benefit that comes with the project. The core of the discussion in this next session is to show you and go through the detail of how each energy service company that is here today can participate in this project. We pushed out expression of interest calls and pre-qualification for energy service companies that will partner with the financial institutions, and that was sent out about 2 weeks ago. We are happy that as of now, in terms of traffic to our website, we have hundreds of people visiting the site to look at those calls. But importantly for us, that in the first 2 weeks, knowing how sometimes it can be difficult to put together paperwork, that a couple of companies have already submitted. They've brought hard copies, they brought soft copies. And instead of restricting it to a few, with our partners, we decided to hold this workshop today so that each and every one of you can participate. I'll be happy if I receive 500 applications or 1,000 applications. And if there's a possibility, we can fund all of you. If we run out of money, we shall bring more. And I'm speaking like I'm the Minister of Finance, but it's okay. But the core is that each and every one of you that we invited and who's in the room today must participate. If there are challenges around putting together paperwork, documentation, and anything, our office is open, our contacts are there, reach out, and let's be able to walk that journey with you to support you. I wish you very fruitful deliberations as the presenters go through the presentations. And again, because of interest of time, they might not be able to touch each and everything. They won't read it like they're reading the Bible, Matthew chapter 1, verse 2. You read the whole sentence. But they'll give you the highlight of what the project is all about and what results-based financing, CSF, for energy service companies is. Once again, thank you very much for coming. Let's concentrate in the next 2 hours. Let's see what we'll get out of it. One more thing I'd like to state is initially we designed this session to be able to solicit feedback from the room, but time might not allow us to solicit all the feedback. So I'm asking that if you have any clarification that you need, if you have a question to ask in the event that we run out of time before you ask it, bank it. We'll use the afternoon session to respond to all the queries, all the questions, clarity sought. So the entire afternoon we have about 2 hours blocked out, specifically to address any questions that the audience might have. Allow me invite my colleague, Mwaka Goba, the program manager for results-based financing, to come and kickstart the next session. Thank you very much.
Good morning, members. Yeah, I'm a bit taller than the mic, but I'll try to bend as fast as possible when I'm speaking the right things. So, good morning once again. I'm Mwaka Agoba, rightly pronounced as Mwaka. Yes, I'm the program manager, results-based financing, and the clean cooking program on this scale-up project. I serve on the UECCC team in that capacity. We have a presentation people. And what we are presenting is basically business. While you are here, we are trying to rally you so that you go to all the pockets of Uganda and ensure that people access renewable energy. All the products that you know of have to reach the people and at a subsidized price. That is what we want to see. And I'm happy that JB has mentioned, we hope that by Monday all of you will have submitted your applications. It is business, it is a free thing, it is an open check. We are not limiting numbers in terms of energy service companies. It is a business adventure, for the lack of a better word. I hope the technology will work for me. Yes, I think it is working. So, results-based financing, I'm going to present. I have two other colleagues that will also present certain sections. I will present up to some level. Then I will ask my colleague Patrick to present the other slides, who will in turn invite another colleague called Annette. So what is this RBF? This is the outline of the presentation. We are basically talking about overview of the RBF program, the stakeholders and their roles, the RBF process, the ESCO's responsibilities, and what is an ESCO. We are going to define eligibility criteria for ESCO's, RBF schemes, product incentives, claims, submission, and the verification process. So, what is this RBF? This RBF, I already told you it is a business adventure. And the words we have chosen here, we are saying the market-based business model. And how it is different from other business models is that we pay after results have been delivered. And then that is also dependent on proof that actually business has taken place. In essence, what we are saying is that the ESCOs will actually go and sell or install the products we are going to talk about. Once you have done so, you will tell us what you have sold or installed and where. Then we will have a team that comes to do the verification, which we shall be calling the independent verification agent. So this verification agent, once they prove that actually you sold these products, we shall actually pay you the subsidy. We are paying it to you, but on behalf of the end user. We shall have details of the subsidies. So if once that happens, that is what is called RBF. In principle, you sell the product, we verify, payment is done after the results have been achieved. I was using the word business has been done. But why are we doing this? The overall goal, we want to increase access to renewable energy technologies and services. That is what we want to do in Uganda, to ensure that all Ugandans are able to access renewable energy technologies and services. But how are we going to do that? We are doing that by, one, trying to address end user affordability constraints. That is why we will subsidize the products that you'll be selling or installing. Subsidy, such that the end user is able or can afford these products. But also, we will enhance, we will try to catalyze you, the ESCOs, to be able to penetrate the market by way of some incentive that will be paid to you. And that incentive is also going to be dependent on which products you are dealing in, and also where you have actually done business. The interest is to have you go to all corners of Uganda other than the central business area where everybody seems to be crowded. In that way, as you will see in the other presentation, the other slides, we have attached some incentives depending on where you will be doing business. The further you are from the central business area, the higher the incentives. So how will this be done in this RBF? We shall call for applications. Many previous speakers have alluded to this. We call for applications. You might be aware, I'm sure all of you are aware, that we have already sent out a call for expression of interest. And some people have already applied. Others are still reading. Over break tea, somebody said they are still trying to understand the document. I am hopeful that by the end of our session today, the documents will have been understood. So a call has been sent out. We expect applications to come through. And remember, by the 26th of October, that will be the deadline. But we have also told you that we shall do this on a first come, first served what? Basis. So you will undergo an appraisal process. The application will undergo an appraisal process. And those that will meet the eligibility criteria will be selected, and we shall sign agreements with you. And once the agreements have been signed, then we shall expect the selected ESCOs to begin implementing. By implementation, what do we mean is basically you are selling or installing, reporting to us, or claiming, and then we will do a verification and pay. So basically, when you see me, you see my face, you just see the money man. Money will just be flowing, provided you do the right thing. So whom are we targeting? We are targeting the ESCOs, you, as our partners to sell these products, to distribute these products, but we are also targeting the end users. The end users, we are targeting them by way of subsidizing for them the costs involved. But for you, we are also giving you some incentives to enable you penetrate the market. So what do we have in this RBF package? We have got 3 schemes. We have a scheme for off-grid solar systems. My colleagues will dive into the details. But we also have RBF scheme for clean cooking solutions. And then the last one is RBF for productive uses of energy. So these are 3 separate schemes, but depending on how thick your muscle is, you are allowed to participate in 1, 2, or 3. All of them. We have not limited. But that will call for separate applications, given the laid out criteria. So in this RBF program, we have a set of stakeholders. As you can see, we have the World Bank, we have Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, you have UECCC, you have Ministry of Finance, you have the OPM, UNHCR, participating finance institutions, the ESCOs, who are you, and then the end users, who are unfortunately not around, but some can even be around here. Am I right? You can sell, some people may want to sell to themselves, but so there's some caution there. So this is the entire overview of the RBF processes. Why, what, why, how, the target group, the schemes, and then the stakeholders. So this is just a repeat of what I said before, but only adding some bit of the roles they play in summary. So I will not dive too much in it. That one we will look at it. It's just about who does what in as far as the RBF process is concerned. We have tried to also still the same things, but try to classify them as who are the primary stakeholders, the secondary stakeholders, and so forth. There are those who are real key. There are those depending on the roles. I don't want to take a lot of time in that direction. So what is this RBF process? Fortunately, my director also alluded to this earlier on in his presentation. So I'm left with very little work. Why I'm here is just to encourage you to come and receive money, just money, 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 money. I'm showing you the how. So we said that we will invite the participation of ESCOs, which we have already done. You will apply. We expect you to apply by 26th of October. We will select the applicants. We shall notify you if you are successful or not. But I want to think that you are all going to be successful. Then we shall also sign an agreement with you. Then you'll be selling your products. But you might note that we have said eligible what? Products. You might have solar products, but not all of them might be eligible in this RBF scheme. Fortunately, we have provided details of what is eligible and what is not. Those will come in the other presentations. Then you will report. We expect that some reports will be flowing through to us. You will report to us the cells and also make a claim. Now, in this claim, we are basically tagging it to numbers. For clean cooking solutions, if you sold about 1,200 units, even if you did it within 1 week, you can send in your claim. And the money man will just release after verifying. For the other schemes, for example, the off-grid solar systems, we're saying if you do about 500, you're free to claim. So it is not that you have to claim after 3 months or so. No, we are saying whenever you have that minimum, please claim. Then verification happens. We are going to do a verification. We are trying to onboard somebody who will do the verification. And this is going to be an independent verifier. Not UECCC, not the ESCO, not any of these stakeholders that I mentioned. It's going to be an independent verifier who will come and check that actually the solar system that you claim to have installed in my village is actually there. And they'll also confirm that actually you installed in my village, and indeed you installed in my household. Okay? So that is going to happen. And then finally, we will do the approval process, and money just hits your what? Your account, and business continues. So this process from reporting to finally when you get your money is going to be a maximum of 45 days. Maximum of 45 days. Yes. Yes? After you have sold and reported. After submission. When you submit, yes, after submission. 45 days allows us to do the verification, allows us to go through the approval processes, and maximum 45 days, money should hit your account. That is the commitment we are making this morning. So, what is the role of the ESCOs, the Energy Service Company? We are saying that we expect that you provide enough information to the end users, and also training. I was speaking to one of our partners here who deals in solar, and his major problem was that when they install these solar systems, sometimes the customers or the end users overload the systems. And once the systems are overloaded, the systems basically dysfunction. And it is they are blamed for not having installed a system which is of quality. So the only way around that is you should give some bit of training such that people use these systems for the right purpose. The do's and don'ts.
Excuse me, Sam, I'm really sorry to interject, but I think
you are very welcome.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think I missed the targets for the clean cooking products, please. If you may go over that again.
The targets, I said that if you can claim, if you hit 1,200 units, I can see my friend doing this. It means he can do even in a week. Okay, that's what we said. Thank you. Establish customer service number, provide a quarterly sales report, record keeping. These are things you are already doing. I'm sure as you do go about your business, you have some of these details. Okay? So this is just for purposes of emphasis, that there are responsibilities that you as ESCOs are charged with. For further detailed information, you will find them in the project operations manual, which is already a public document. It is on our website. But I've been talking about ESCO, Energy Service Company. Who is an energy service company? Because we have to be clear about this. For the purpose of this RBF program, we are considering an energy service company to be a private business or NGO that identifies customers, sells or installs renewable energy products, provides training, product awareness, offers product warranty and after-sales service. Customer care is also another thing that we expect an ESCO to do those. But to select, once you satisfy this, then there is a certain criteria that will make you eligible for this RBF program. And these are coming in the next slide. I can see many reactions from the room. So these are the things. You must be lances with adequate ownership structure, adequate funding and operations. I can see now the faces are frowning. They are saying now, the money man said there is money. Now he's even saying you should have what? What we are saying, from the definition of results-based financing, we are saying that we only give you money after you have sold and reported and claimed. That is why this is there. We are not giving you money to go and sell. Sell, report, claim, and then you claim the subsidy. So it means that you must have some working capital of sorts. Is that better? We are not yet affording a smile. I don't know what is happening. But the smile will come. There's somebody who is going to talk about credit support what? Facility. I think there you'll smile better. So you should have a valid bank account. You have audited financial statements for at least the last 2 financial years, satisfactory end-user pricing system, quality of operations, management, staff, agents, finances, quality of products should satisfy certain quality standards. For all these 3 schemes, there are some prescribed quality standards that these products must meet. The key word there is must. So that means that all these products, as part of the appraisal process of your applications, we will have a team that ensures that the products you commit to sell actually conform to the standards prescribed. And this will be tested. We already have testing structures in country. That's the good thing. We have a lab in Makerere University, for example, which is ready to test the cooking stoves, for example, and other things. So we'll expect that those things are done that way. Warranty and after sales. Before I forget, after sales, this is the second time I'm reading the word after sales in the presentation. The incentives that will be paying you for market penetration, we shall pay you in 2 installments. 50% when you send in your claims. Okay? The other 50% is paid to you later. Yes. And that is the market what? The market entry incentive. Are we together? We also want to be sure that you are still there. Huh? You still have presence. If you said you sold to us, you sold to people in Germany, we want to find you there in Germany. Huh? 12 months later, you should still be around doing business. For the systems that you have installed, we should be doing what? After sales service, after sales service. So it is not the subsidy, okay, but the incentive, which should help you in market what? Entry. I thought I should immediately emphasize that because it's very, very important. Then you should have a good accounting and management information system. So looking at these, I don't think they are very alien things. Yes. The previous slide? Uh-huh. Mm. What's the question? Can somebody, the mic, please?
So we have funding for our current products, solar products, but you state in your manual that we cannot have result-based financing for the same products.
Did I hear you well?
In your manuals you state that you cannot have a result-based financing for the same products. Does that mean that we have to start selling other products?
What does that mean? Team member, yes? Okay. Okay. Yes, okay, what that means, the products already have a grant through RBF, okay? They already have money allocated to them. So we will not again do what? Get another.
But that's part of our funding in the company, of course.
It's okay. We shall have sessions where we shall go to those details. Those ones I think will be case by case. We'll look at them. Can we proceed? Okay, thank you. Yes. Okay, I want to begin by correcting that. It is not 50% of the claim, okay? But 50% of the market entry incentives. Are we together? Now, you submit a claim, okay? Let me say the total subsidies you are claiming is 50 million. But you are also, in that same claim, the incentives we should be paying you is 10 million. So in total, you have a total claim of 60 million. What we are going to pay you is 55 million. It is the 50% of the 10, which is the market entry incentive that we shall retain, not the subsidy. Is it clear? Yes, there is a hand behind. Yes, quickly. You know, when there are money issues, you have to go slowly. You don't hurry.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to get more clarity on the after sales, because the arrangement is that once the ESCO sells the products, they are supposed to also do after sales service. But in most cases, that arrangement should be between the ESCO and the consumer, and it comes at a cost. So does your cost cover that after-sales service, or again the ESCO has to have an arrangement with the consumer to have that after-sales service, because it doesn't just come automatically. There might be a warranty, but if it's additionally maintenance related, then there has to be a separate arrangement. And then maybe additionally, in question 2, you talked about an ESCO being present in an area where they sell the products, and it relates to the after-sales service. So the question is, most of these companies, you may have an office in Kampala or a shop, but you send field teams to go and sell. Do you want to physically find them present there, or for as long as they can coordinate? Just to have more clarity.
Okay.
Thank you.
To begin with the first one, the issue of ability to provide after sales is one of the preliminary criteria that we are considering. The interest is to have the systems that you install up and functional. That is the only time we say that you have actually sold. It should be in use. So we are saying that, and actually making it known to you now, that if you are interested in this RBF, you must also get to know that it is important that you will provide after-sale what? Service. It's one of the things that we will do during the verification. Are we clear about that? And we don't expect that you are going to charge the customer again. That now that we are coming for after-sale service, you need to pay us this. So as you are doing your business plans, that is one of the things you should have at the back of your mind. But I also want to believe that if you have done a good job, the after-sale service might not be as frequent as to the level that it should cause you financial shocks. Are we together? He has not accepted. What are you saying? Yes, come. You must be loud enough. You can.
I'm loud here.
Oh, wait. Before another person, the same colleague who asked the question. Yes. True. What do you mean about the costs exactly, such that I understand you well? True. Okay. Director, you want to...
Just to clarify a little bit, we hear you. There is what is covered under the warranty. There is no need for the end user to pay anything. They can call on the company, but in case it is something that is not covered by the warranty, still the agreement between the ESCO and the end user will specify that the end user will need to make a payment for a replacement. Okay? Yeah. And there are two subsidies. So let's be very clear. There are the subsidies which are going to be extended by the companies to the end users. Those ones, the companies are a pass-through. They extend first, we confirm and pay. Then the one which he's talking about is the one where you have sold outside Kampala and Entebbe, and there are different subsidy levels that will be attributable to the different regions. You will be on confirmation of the sale. You will be paid, for each claim, you will be paid 50%. And then the other 50% will be paid at the end of 12 months when we go there to the regions, and hopefully, if you are still submitting claims, you are still operating there. We want sustainability of operations in those regions, that you, not that you just went and bounced in, made a sale, got money, and then left. So that's why we want to check, hold you, so that you are there at the end of 12 months, and hopefully you'll continue. I hope it's clear. Yeah, okay.
Yes. Thank you very much. I hope it is clearer. I want to ask us that we are already going into the question and answer session before we complete the process, the presentation. Can we just take the last one, then you allow us present? We shall have a time to interact. Yes.
Thank you very much. Good morning. When Mr. Baguma says that they want to ensure we are there, I need clarification on that. What does that mean? Must I have an office in Adjumani, in Moyo, in Koboko, in, what is there, being there? Because if I go install a system there, then I come back to my office. So what do you mean by you want to ensure we are there?
Okay.
Let me go first principles. And forgive us if there is it also took us a bit of time to come up with it. There are two subsidies. One subsidy is to address the affordability barrier of the end users. The price subsidy, where we are discounting prices for the end users. So if your product, for example, just for clarification purposes, is at 100 shillings, and we say we are willing to give you, give the end user a subsidy of 50 shillings, you will sell to the end user at 50 shillings. And once we verify, we will pay you the 50 shillings. Okay? So that you remain at your 100 shillings. That's one. Put it aside. But even when, just 1 minute, madam. But even when we have, once we confirm that you have made that sale and we have given you that 50 shillings, now there is another set of subsidies which are meant to facilitate you to sell in those regions. And it is that subsidy, the details are there in the sub-POM for the different regions. It is that subsidy where we'll pay on, once we pay the other one, refund you the other one for the end users which you conveyed, we'll pay 50% of that subsidy for the company. Now that is the company's money. The company's money. So we are meeting the company halfway for making sales in those regions where they would otherwise not go. Because right now the companies are concentrated in the urban areas. And if you go to the taxi parks, sometimes I have visited, you find solar systems are in those buses, and sometimes they also get damaged on the way. Now we want you to set up there. We want you to set up there. You don't, so, and then the reason why we pay you 50% of that, of your company subsidy, of that benefit, is because we would like you to continue. You have provided a warranty. So if the company calls upon you and you have come back to Kampala, will you really go back there to Gulu? So, because you are going to stay there for that time, and we can also be able to establish that indeed you are still there in that market, and you are able to service in accordance with the warranty, or even outside the warranty, we pay you the balance after 12 months when we find you there. I hope it's clear. Okay.
Thank you very much. Of course, when it comes from the director, now it is very clear. No more questions about that. Anyway, we shall address some of these things. They will become more clear when we dive deeper. For now, some things sound alien, but I don't think they are that alien. Remember, that market interest incentive is the contribution of UECCC to support your business. It doesn't touch your core business. Is that clear? Yes. Can we proceed? Another one. The last test, if the English exists. Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much. My name is Eme. Is mainly about marketing. We've been outside there, and one of the challenges which we have had in this market, mainly when it comes to products of liquefied petroleum gas as a clean cooking solution, is that we might be having about 50 companies doing the same thing, but of course everybody does something very small. I heard you talk about the market entry incentives. Now, yes, you might give me this money, probably I'm eligible for $20,000 US. And the $20,000 US might not be enough for me to penetrate the market which I want to go to. Within UECCC, do you have any plans of doing mass sensitization?
Yes.
I stop there.
Actually, the answer is yes.
Thank you.
Any more clarifications?
No, not at all. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's enough.
Yeah. Okay, so we contribute to that through the incentives. We will also have technical assistance in that direction. And as a UECCC, we will be very much participating in unblocking the market barriers. So thank you. We can proceed. I told you when there is where there is money, you have to. Yes, so those things are things we are familiar with, but most important, I will touch a few. That we also want to see that you have some systems of mechanisms of waste management. Okay? Specifically, we're interested in the area of e-waste management. You will describe to us how you commit to do that. We also want to see that you are very sensitive about gender. At least you should target 10% of women. We also want to see that you have organizational code of conduct requirements. You shouldn't be one that is synonymous with that word CORRU, corruption, fraud, and so forth. We are bringing this because we know where there is money. This man called Lucifer comes very, very, very near. You know that man? Lucifer, he will always come very close. So those are some of the things. You should pass due diligence inspection. I'm not reading all of them. The details are in the poem. We have spent a lot of time on this. but also rural operation, where you have outlets in the rural areas will be an added advantage for an ESCO to be considered. Added what? Advantage. Then the other things are still, you should be able to detail to us: process of storage, reuse, repair, recycling, and so forth. Evidence of retail pricing. Yes, as you submit your applications, as you might have seen, the application form will require you to give us how you'll be pricing these products. How much will you actually sell an improved cook stove to the end user? We shall have to know that from the beginning. Are we together? And what you have committed in terms of pricing cannot change every week. That when I went to Kanungu, I found it had rained, so we had to increase the price to make us reach the what? The end user. No. What you commit in terms of pricing for these units, we shall have to adhere to that until maybe we sign another what? Agreement. Are we together? But that should not scare UECCC, yourselves, and everybody. Will be monitoring the market trends. If there are any distortions that come in, if there are any issues that come in, we should be able to collectively respond. So that should not worry us. So you'll also tell us, in terms of your staffing capacity, for example, operation capacity, how many staff do you have? Where are they? Do you have them based in the field? Do you have them fly from the UK and go back after selling a product? Yes? And you should describe each product. So those are some of the things that are in the eligibility criteria. I would like to invite my colleague to continue with the next. Patrick. Okay, I think he's attending to the other team up there. Let me continue. Now, the next. So now, the next is we are trying to give you more detail about the schemes that we have. I already told you we have 3. So we have the off-grid solar system. And under this, we have got 2 categories. We have the solar lamps with the phone charging, providing a minimum of 1,000 lumen hours per day and a minimum of 4 hours of light. That is one category. The other category is the solar home systems with the capacity to charge phones with a minimum 2 separately switched what? Lights. So that's another category. So those are the 2 we have under that scheme. Now for that scheme, the subsidy is between 50 and 60%. Are we together? For the lamps, the lamps is 50? No, 60, and then the other one is what? 50. The details are in the poem. Now, this is what we are talking about in terms of the incentive. If you can see the table on the right, we are saying if you are selling in Kampala, we find no reason to give you an incentive. But when you extend to, okay, what we call central is beginning from Wakiso. I have seen by mentioning that people have become comfortable. beginning from Wakiso, Mukono, what, those are central actually. And then eastern, northern, western, that is the corresponding what? Incentive. And then Karamoja, you can see. So, as I said before, the incentive increases by the distance from the central business area, which is Kampala. For Kampala, no what? No incentive. For all categories. However, for incentives, we have another special one for refugee settlements. If you are in refugee host districts, there the incentive is higher, is even higher than the other general population. Clean cooking solutions, this is where we have many. We have about 9 categories. And under this, we have the subsidy rates run from 30% to a maximum of 50%. The details they're in the poem. So here we are talking about household biomass cook stoves. That is the one category. You have those that use the different fuels, the carbonized biomass fuel, and carbonized biomass fuel, and then those that use the processed biomass fuels, like the pellets, the briquettes, and so forth. So for those ones, that is the category. For that category, we have those. And on your right are the incentives. I'll request that I move a little bit faster because we have taken a lot of time. Useful time, not just a waste of useful time. So the other categories include household biogas, the LPG package, ethanol cook stoves, and electric cooking devices. So all those are eligible products that we shall be happy to have you participate in selling and distributing them. As I said before, the subsidies range between 30 and what? 50%. The details are in the poems. And these are the corresponding incentives. I want to mention at this point that these incentives apply to each unit sold or installed. Are we together? The next scheme is that area of productive uses of energy. And here we have about 6 categories under that scheme, where we have, sorry, yeah, the slide had not changed it. Thank you. So you have the solar-powered the water pumps, solar-powered water pumps, you have solar-powered refrigerators, you have solar-powered grain milling machines, you have solar water heaters, you have on-grid refrigerators and freezers, you have on-grid grain milling machines. So these are the categories of products under that. Yes? Brian, provide a mic, please, so that my partner there doesn't finish all the break tea he has.
Thanks. I'm hoping that the on-grid milling machines is a category of ag processing, because I think so many farmers are not only doing milling, right? And so many farmers do need irrigation that are connected. So, for example, we are partnering with mini-grid companies. We are Ernergy. We are doing productive use financing. And, for example, Ernergy, Equatorial Power, all these other mini-grid companies, their customers need so many ag processing and pumping machines, but there are no categories for those. So how are we thinking about that, please?
Okay, thank you very much. I know there are very many productive uses.
Comrade, let me guide. It's a, and I love this. Every time I see hands up, it means that everyone is following what is happening. But at about 15 past midday right now, if we're going to ask questions during the session, I can go to Uganda and come back and you'll still be here. I know the questions are many, and usually it's better for somebody to respond immediately when the question is still hot. You understand? Because sometimes you might lose your train of thought. But can I humbly request, we have 2 hours in the afternoon dedicated to answering these questions and queries. Can we allow Mwaka to run through the presentation? We have another on CSF. We have a component of EHS that has to be presented. If you're looking at the next 1 hour, we might not be able to do it. So we'll move until 1:30. At 1:30, we'll break for lunch. Let's use 30 minutes for lunch or 40 minutes, reconvene, then all the issues that we have and questions will be addressed at that point. Please jot down the questions, and I'm here, please hand the questions to me, and I'll ensure each and every question is answered. Are we together there? Are we in agreement or we are disagreeing? Oh, we're in agreement. Okay, Mwaka, proceed, but I request that you also try to ramp up the speed. Eh?
Okay.
Yes.
I wish you came earlier to protect me from the question. Well, we shall address all the questions in the afternoon. So, these are the one that already came out. I want to say that you have very many productive uses technologies. But for this RBF program, these are the ones that we have chosen. And this came based on understanding the market in Uganda right now, and also several other considerations. There are many more out there, but for the RBF program, we have this. The others can be addressed in another way. Credit facility, that will be discussed later. So this is what we have for now. Okay, the next is, okay. Annette, where are you? I think this is your time. Annette is going to present the eligibility criteria for all these products, all these schemes one by one. Thank you very much for listening. We meet again in the afternoon. This one, you move, you read from there.
Thank you, Mr. Mwaka. Mr. Mwaka is my manager, he's my supervisor. I'm Annette Sempala, I'm the technical officer, result-based financing and clean cooking. Good afternoon once again. Hamjambo. Hamjambo. East African community, you're most welcome. I'm here to present the eligibility criteria. I'll start with the OGS, which is off-grid solar products. One of the criteria we shall follow is that if there is evidence that a system has been confirmed to have the minimum of the SMAP multi-tier function criteria under those different tiers 1, 2, and 3. A check will be done to the products to confirm that this criteria is met. Another criteria will be to prove that a valid license is on the product. Especially for these are solar products that are not made here but assembled here, but they are always labeled with the authentic, with the quality and other important information. So they are all labeled, and we'll be checking that, and also have this from UNBS. UNBS also provides this, and we shall be consistent to look at all of them and confirm. Has it moved? Sorry. I went back. Okay. Sorry, at not even here. Moving this one. Thank you. Yeah, sure, yes.
You do that?
Yeah, then.
Has it gone? Is that where?
Sure, yes. In front. Again. Yeah, sure.
Is that
yeah,
the place?
No, in front again.
Is that the one?
No, should be maybe the other. That's what Mr. Mark presented. After that. Okay.
Yeah, okay. So you press it down.
Thank you. Sorry for that.
Waiting there, eh?
Yeah, sure. Thank you for.
I'm not the only one.
No, thank you, the director, for guiding me through this. And I think I've learned this. So the next criteria we are going on is for clean cooking products, clean cooking services. We have the standard that we are going to look at, and this is already with our Uganda National Bureau of Standards, which was already approved. We look to make sure that the stoves, all the cooking technologies have achieved, and those are the details of the requirements. We have the key equations on efficiency of the stove, we have on the emissions factor, we have on safety, durability, and those are the key requirements. And yes, from this observation, I see people are so close to the testing labs. I saw people from Kuriku are now becoming celebrities, people from Sakodu, because I think people already looked at this and knew where we are going to. And this was also grouped depending on the technology that is at hand. There are the household biomass cook stoves, which use carbonized biomass fuels, but also have those which use non-carbonized. And we have the modern cook stove that use processed biomass like briquettes and wood sticks. And those are all and those all have their respective requirements for the quality and the standard. Then when you go to the PUE products, for example, the solar-powered pumps, including their components, they also as irrigation equipment required. They have the minimum size of the energy they are supposed to provide, and also the minimum warranty period, which is 1 year. Another category is on the solar-powered refrigerators, which also have the same energy required of 0.5 kilowatts, and also with the minimum warranty of 1 year. We also have the solar water heaters. Those also have the required minimum energy and the warranty of 2 years, plus the on-grid refrigerators and on-grid grain milling machines. All these will be checked according to the standard that is required. That was also mentioned in the manual. What is basically we are following for off-grid and on-grid, we are looking at, because we don't have the standard in-house here, but we are looking at some quality already international agreed-on standards like Lighting Global, Ernergy solar approved, and they should have a valid product license and have to be compliant with all relevant IEC standards. This can also be, more information about this can be given by the testing labs or by the distributors, and we appreciate the role of the sector association. We know you're going to disengage this information further to the ESCOs so that they really follow the right direction. There also be remote monitoring to make sure, products with remote monitoring will also be given maybe an added advantage. We are now going to the claim submission and verification process, which we feel is really key. This is where now the rubber meets the stamp. After all that has been done, where do we go next? What it starts with, like Mr. Mwaka was already mentioning, the ESCO has to submit a valid claim to UECCC. Valid, you shall share the template of how the information is supposed to be captured and the key information that is required that will determine the validity. So if you have followed that procedure and that template and you submitted the right information, it will come to us. What will happen, we shall conduct preliminary checks to review what information you have submitted and confirm that's the right information. Then we shall, the IV independent verification agent, like the presentation previously mentioned, will conduct a desk verification. This is basically check through the data, the work that has been submitted, data consistency to make sure everything's like no repetitions, no missing information, especially on the required information as shared by the template. Then what happens, then the sampling will be done. These are all the details are presented. The sampling will be done to make sure that the phone confirmation is also done. The respective users will be called, will be interacted with to make sure the information provided in the first place is right. Then that will not be enough. They will also conduct field verification of physical visiting of the users to get other details of how the system is working. Is it really working? Is it really the one that was disputed? This also maybe partly answers someone who asked and said, am I supposed not to sell that? Should I have to get a new set of products if I need to join the project? I would say that you don't need to, but maybe you serialize your products to know which products belong to who, because we are sure there could be issues of double accountability, issues of mixed reporting to different partners or different users. So we'll be so keen on this also. Yes. Then after that, the IVL submitted both to UECCC, and this vote will have to be verified and approved before any payment is done. And when UECCC approves the report, actually they also need to maybe to also do further confirmation, because you see issues of money, it will not be, has to do further confirmation, also further clarification, make sure what has been presented by the IVA is authentic, truthful, and right. Then the claim submitted by ESCO will be approved. For other, maybe another discussion that afternoon will provide more information of what if there's a problem with my claim, or what if something is not clear from the IVA. We also have a session to handle that. Those are also other details that we need to give you in the next session or the next presentation. So I would request that I stop at that, and we reserve the questions for afternoon. There are other many small questions of what is eligible, how would you tell. We cannot handle that now, but you have the rest of the session in the afternoon to go into those details. I would request maybe the next presenter to come by, and that is for, should I wait for him? Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. My name is Fred Hairwe. I work with the Uganda Energy Credit Capitalization Company, and I'm a program manager in charge of productive uses of energy and internal wiring. So I would like to first of all appreciate all of you, our stakeholders, for turning up in large numbers. Yeah, I'm very, very grateful about this. It was not expected, but at least I'm very firm that we shall deliver on this very well. Yes, if I can allude to my previous speakers and add on to what they have already presented, I believe they have simplified my work. So I do not have a very big role here, because most of the information that I would have wanted to disseminate has been disseminated. But I'll be taking you through credit support facility. You remember my colleague Mwaka said he has money. But that money he has, to get it, you need money to start. In order to get that money, you need money to get that money. So I am here with some good news with the money. I think we need to clap for this. Yes, for as long as I've been in the energy sector, the challenges that we have had, and which is always at the forefront of everyone, companies, end users, and all stakeholders, is lack of financing. I think you can bear me witness, all of you, that it is a big challenge, but I want to affirm to you that the financing is there and we have it. So, and again, it will address the affordability challenges that exist. I know we have come from a session which is a sweetener, but this one might be a little bit not of a sweetener, but I know you'll appreciate it. So, okay. And what I'm going to present now is more straightforward. I do not expect a lot of hiccups, and I will take as much, I will try to take a short time to present this. So if I can dive into the presentation, I'll give you an overview of the credit support facilities that we have to the companies. And then I'll also do, there's something else we have introduced, which is the direct lending. Now that one I will have to talk about it, and I will need you to pay attention, because it is something we need to understand from here, and to also understand that our mode of operation has been financing through participating financial institutions. So we do not want to compete with our participating financial institutions. We really want to ensure that we coexist. We help you where necessary, but we need to encourage you to go through participating financial institutions. Then I will also talk about mostly the implementation arrangement for direct lending. I will dwell so much into that. Okay, if I can go ahead. Now, what is credit support facility? I think it's been a question here. Because it is first of all, we have credit support facility towards financial institutions, then credit support facility towards ESCOs, or energy service companies. Now, credit support facility, which we are talking about here, includes the lines of credit that we are putting into financial institutions to on lend to companies to access working capital, but also to end users. So how will this work? So first of all, in my presentation here, you will realize we are talking about participating financial institutions, and we are talking about energy service companies and end users. Now, the participating financial institutions, we mean financial institutions in the category of commercial banks, credit institutions, microfinance deposit-taking institutions. We have also microfinance non-deposit-taking institutions, those ones that are called Tier 4s. Then we also have SACCOs. We also have leasing companies, and we also have funds, or what we call investment funds, or what we would also call groups that pool money resources from different investors for on lending or that grow money. So how does the financial institution become a participating financial institution? It will apply to express interest to become a participating financial institution. It will be accredited and also put in on our list of those participating financial institutions. Not all companies, not all financial institutions will become participating financial institutions. It's only those that will be accredited and sign participation agreements with UECCC that will be able to deal with as participating financial institutions, and those ones will be able to access our money from UECCC to on lend to companies for working capital, but also to end users for purchase of products. And here we are talking about the financing will focus so much on acquisition of off-grid products, productive use of energy equipment, as well as the clean cooking. But not forgetting, we also have internal wiring. For those companies, like it has been, by the previous speakers had alluded to, that the government under Ministry of Energy will provide single pole, one pole, and free connections. But they will not be able to wire for you your houses, to wire houses for the end users, they will not be able to wire end user houses and commercial houses. So it means, in case that financing need comes in, end users or commercial enterprises will go through the participating financial institutions, access that finance, and be able to fulfill that need so that they can be connected for free to access their own grid electricity. The credit support facility, like it has been already alluded to, it will be support going out countrywide in all parts of the country, but also to include in refugee host communities. Like the project manager alluded here before, the refugee host communities are 12 in number, but they also have settlements. So all those will benefit from this kind of financing. And as well, we are looking for an inclusion project. I usually advocate for gender, so we really encourage female-led organizations or companies to really approach and be able to access these products. So our credit support, like I've had in the introduction, had alluded to, it is in two forms to the ESCOs. One, we have the lines of credit that will go to the participating financial institutions, those ones that will fulfill the financial institutions that will fulfill the conditions or the eligibility and become participating financial institutions will have that money. And I had already mentioned them. So when we list them as our participating financial institutions, expect to access money from there. So we shall have lines of credit, both to the companies for working capital, but also to the end users. So how do the companies access this? So companies will apply to financial institutions of their wish. Then they will go through the process that financial institutions take them through and access working capital. But for end users, what we have done is because of issues around protecting the consumer, on issues of product standards, I think the previous speaker, Annette, listed the eligibility but talked about standards. We are going to pre-qualify companies to work with financial institutions to deliver the end user, that component, that our participating financial institutions will have a list of pre-qualified companies by UECCC. So the end users can obtain systems and products or installations from those companies that will be listed, that will have gone through a pre-qualification process. So at this juncture, I would also like to remind you that even that call for pre-qualification has been, like we said, we published on the 12th in the Daily Monitor on the 12th of September, and on the 14th of September in the New Vision. That call also was among the calls published. It is also on the Uganda Energy Credit Capitalization website. When you open the website, UECCC website, you'll be able to look to see the electricity ESP project. Then when you click there, you go to annexes, you find those expressions of interest already uploaded. So I encourage you to go, I encourage companies to go look out for that call, be able to apply. We shall pre-qualify you when you meet the eligibility criteria, and then you are able to participate and facilitate the end user financing. That is how we shall achieve end user financing. Then, yeah, so because I was looking at the lines of credit, I would like to a little bit go through. This is mostly for financial institutions, because the lines of credit are going to the financial institutions, as I've already explained about them. So, so the end users, who are also the end users and the companies seeking for working capital will have to approach, and those approaches they will have explained, to really be able to access that financing. So in that illustration, it is a full process that I've really tried to indicate to ensure that it is catering really for the processes that they go through. The processes on the left are basically the dealings between Uganda Energy Credit Capitalization Company and the participating financial institutions. Now the end user borrowers, or where the eligible companies and also end users will just interface with our participating financial institutions to be able to access this kind of financing. So I think this is very clear. Then I just really want to rush and go through this direct lending. Like when I was beginning my communication, I really alluded the fact that direct lending has been introduced for various reasons, which I am going to talk about, but we are not really encouraging everyone here to go for it directly. We really want you companies to go through the financial institutions. We do not want to participate with we really don't want to compete with the financial institutions, because they really have to do some work to work with you. But in some cases, which we shall also really detail about, we shall basically tell you when you can really come in for this. I know in the past there have been a little bit of challenges with financial institutions for genuine reasons, whereby a company would want to access the credit support from the financial institutions, but in the event the financial institution is not able to really fulfill that. At times, companies have short-term contracts. At times, you want to do import clearing, stock. At times, you want to pay taxes, and a few other dues which are short-term. And at times, financial institutions are not really responding to that. So, a company can come to UECCC for this kind of arrangement, but this kind of arrangement has some it has really a detailed, thorough and procedure. We shall do kind of a two-stage appraisal to ensure that we deal with you directly. So the appraisal here, we shall do a pre-appraisal. As we shall move, I will show you that there is an application process. Companies will apply directly to UECCC for this facility. Then we do a pre-appraisal to see whether you meet the eligibility, so that if you meet the eligibility, then we put you in the basket. Then we shall do a detailed appraisal to see other requirements that I will also display later. So, like I've already said, we have some terms and conditions that are attached to this kind of arrangement, direct lending. Of course, it's in the loan will be in Uganda shillings. We don't intend to do a foreign currency loan. Then we expect we can give a period of 5 years. Of course, this is a period of 5 years, 60 months, but this is case to case. It will be assessed on a case to case basis. Then the grace period is 3 months. Like I told you, it's not going to be. It is a little bit of a rigorous process to go through this. Then we also expect compliance with the environment and social safeguards. Also adhere to Ugandan laws of environment and the World Bank, as well as UECC's electric access scale-up project, environmental, social and management systems. So it's going to be a little bit of a process, but of course achievable. So if I can continue with the terms and conditions, of course later I'll give you some requirements. I would like to really be a little bit fast to catch up with time. Really to be able to be part of this arrangement, UECCC will really critically look at your relationship with the bank, or your relationship. Will have to take a serious position, discussions with your relationship bank, and also take over your receivables. It will take a defined lien over your receivables collection account. So like I said, we don't want really to compete with banks, so we shall ensure that we work with your relationship bank very well. Actually, even the recommendation should also come from your relationship bank, so that you're really able to commit to really fulfilling the terms and conditions of the loan. Then we are also saying that companies will take we'll sit and discuss on a round table with the UECCC and take an undertaking to deposit part of the principal on that receivables account that UECCC will be overseeing to really recover that kind of a loan. Then we also expect some collateral to this. Like I told you, it's a little bit going to be serious. So we expect collateral which include debentures, receivables. We also expect collateral insurance, personal guarantees, landed collaterals, and marketable securities. As you may know, the processes that you really go through when you're obtaining some credit financing from different institutions that include also financial institutions. So here it won't be very, very different. So like I said in the beginning, on this arrangement, you will have to really apply directly to UECCC using a company's letterhead. Sorry, the application should be should come when should be put on a company. Sorry, you will apply with your company. I don't know how to say it. So a letterhead of the company will be the applications to ensure that that is the company that is applying for this facility, and to the managing director UECCC. Of course, you will attach all the requirements as you will have gone through this. We shall look at the requirements later, so you will have to attach the requirements. So you'll also need to attach a company profile, certificate of incorporation, and certified forms 7, all Form 8 of the company. You'll also put the certified copies of the memorandum and articles of association. Then you also need to show that the company is able to borrow. So you need registered board resolutions to borrow, because it's not all companies can borrow. So it must be a resolution from the board of directors of the company to say that this company can borrow or it cannot borrow. You'll also need to attach most recent management accounts, copies and identification of authorized directors authorized to sign for credit facilities, and these others passport photos for the directors authorized to sign for credit facilities, a list of companies' aged debtors and creditors, credit reference bureau reports for the company and for the key directors of the company. It is a full list of requirements, and good enough. Like I told you, this is a very straightforward process, and all these requirements have been provided for in our documentations, in the application processes. But now, most of it, all these requirements are provided for in project operational manuals, which are also available on the UECCC website, ESP project. So you can really, I implore you to take some time, even this afternoon, to look at some of these documents, study them very well, and see where you lie, whether you really can go for this kind of arrangement, or you really take a choice of the products you would want really to obtain from UECCC. So I would really want to run through still on the list of on the terms and conditions, and basically the list of requirements, copies of outstanding credit facilities if you really have them, for us to know that you are undergoing some credit, you are undertaking some credit facilities elsewhere. Copy of valuation of the reports, copy of evaluation report. This valuation report will be prepared by UCC approved valuers. So some of the collateral that will stand in for this kind of arrangement, and any other support that will be deemed to really warrant you to eligibility of this kind of arrangement or the loan. So the eligibility criteria still a little bit similar to that one of the requirements. The eligibility criteria has still different things, like licensed. The company must be licensed with adequate ownership structure. There must be a good structure for that company. Then you must have really an eligible business model, maybe pay as you go, fee for service. It must be a model that is identifiable in the market, not really very hard for stakeholders to understand. So you must have, you must also be able to offer warranty and after sales service. Actually, that is a very strong condition, like my previous colleagues have alluded to. It is a very big factor here, but I know that one is also provided for most of the times in the standards, but you will need to have you need to have that one as so to be eligible for this kind of arrangement. And this arrangement of eligibility is a similar arrangement for even when you want to get the credit support through our participating financial institutions. It's not different. It is a similar eligibility criteria that serves both purposes. So you must also, the company also should have adequate IT systems, management information systems, like my colleagues had alluded to. If possible, you have some arrangement for remote monitoring systems. It would even be better because it is very good to monitor some of the products. I know it would be hard for our clean cooking companies, but most of the companies that are really in for solar, for off-grid, and productive uses of energy usually have such arrangements. It is a developing trend now. It is also a requirement. Then you must have a commitment to collection of the waste, end of life of products, and e-waste is a very huge challenge here. I think we can speak to that the whole day. After using these products, the batteries, the solar panels, all the electronic systems, if they have reached end of use, where do they go? Most of them end up in our water sources. They end up polluting our environment. So a company should have that commitment that they will be able to collect the waste, or the e-waste, after these products have been have reached their end of life. Then you should also be able, you should comply with the environment and safety safeguards. I know my colleague, I don't want to really dwell into the details of this. My colleague is going to give a full presentation on this. It is a very serious factor that you will need to pay attention to. I know you look at it, doesn't bring business, but it will be a very huge factor to decide on whether you get financing or not. But my prayer is there is some level of compliance and also commitment to comply. If you're not yet there, but you'll have a window to really commit yourselves that you're going to put in place all the requirements. My colleague Harriet will talk to this in the next presentation. I don't want really to go into the details and preempt her presentation. It will be so detailed, you'll understand, and I know it will generate a lot of questions in our afternoon sessions. We shall engage on that, and our team is really here to engage on that. The company should also have a valid bank account with the commercial banks that are regulated by the Bank of Uganda. To be eligible for this, you must have that account with one of the commercial banks that are regulated by the Bank of Uganda. Other eligibility factors you must have external audits from. You must have some external audits for the last 3 financial years. You must have organizational code of conduct. I think, and the way I see most of the companies that are here, all these eligibility requirements, you meet them. And I have no doubt that you meet these eligibility requirements, and that one will not be a very big problem. More so, the company must also pass a due diligence process, by UECCC. So you must really pass that due diligence process to be eligible for either going through the participating financial institutions or going through direct lending. I know you're really getting a little bit fatigued. Maybe may I ask that we first stretch up a bit. No, not so many. I think I'm almost on the last slide. Okay. Yeah, I've been advised to complete the presentation. You must have data systems for implementation and monitoring. Blacklisted companies are not allowed to participate or are not eligible. These are just common things. Of course, I know none of the blacklisted companies can be here because that one, we are just putting it as a way of safeguarding. Then, you must be able to comply with national and international standards. I am using a very loud tone on this because we have suffered with the poor quality products on the market. My colleagues presented the eligibility criteria on standards. That is the same standard, that is the eligibility we shall use this side for these facilities as well. The stoves or the clean cooking equipment that will be deemed clean cooking will also undergo tests. Stoves will go through laboratory tests. I mean biomass stoves. You know, when I talk of biomass stoves, we'll go through laboratory ISO tests like my colleague displayed there and have a score of rate or a score on threes, ovens, those that are electrical in nature will have to meet international what we call International Electronic Commission standards. They have been stipulated. If you need the details, we have them. They are also in our POMs. You need to know and note that when you're going to import these products, they must be able to conform to acceptable standards so that we give our end users, we protect our consumers, we give them good products which they can use and appreciate. We do not want through this project to say that we supported products and then the end users got products that did not conform to the acceptable international standards. We really need acceptable international standards. The same applies to other products like the off-grid, solar products, that include solar home systems, lanterns, and these other products, as well as productive use products and technologies. You know, we have products that enhance productive use, such as the solar components, the solar panels, the batteries. They must conform to acceptable international standards, IEC standards and ISO standards. Then also the products, the appliances, productive use appliances, refrigerators, the pumps, and these others must also conform to the standards. So we are really going to be very keen on standards to ensure that we have products that meet acceptable international standards. With those few remarks, I would like to thank you for listening to me. We shall have a full afternoon session. I know you'll have some questions. You must have reserved some questions for me because these processes are not just to pick in one presentation, but we shall continue engaging both from here and even off. We shall continue engaging to ensure that we bring you up to speed and ensure that you know what you are going for. And I also want to encourage all of you to really participate in these facilities. They are for you. Let us address the financing issue. Let us address the affordability constraints on the side of the end users. We are the ones to do it. Let us ensure that we increase or we scale up access to energy. You know very well that from the opening remarks of the representative of the Permanent Secretariat, represented by Dr. Brad. He alluded to that the energy access is 57, but you know very well our vision 2040 and other visions, we really need to push this. So it is through your participation and the private sector participation that we shall put the energy access levels very high and ensure that we are living, ensure that our country gets to a good level as far as energy access is concerned. I beg to end here for God and my country, and waiting to engage you later in the afternoon session. Thank you so much.
Thank you. A big round of applause. CSF. At some point it sounded like SFC. I don't know why. The environment is me and I am the environment. In the words of a wise man from Busoga in 1930, he said that protecting the environment is everyone's responsibility. Many times we disregard the impact of what we do on the environment, and I've attended forums where if the component of environment is allowed to be presented, most people don't want to listen. They want the business side, but the most critical of the environment, they don't want to listen. At some point, my relatives in Busoga used to believe that bald heads were the effect of climate change. Not because I'm standing next to him, but that is what they say. So, Harriet Baguma, please tell us this component of EHSS in regards to the ESP project so that our people can be able to understand and appreciate it. Harriet, you have approximately, and I'm not saying that you rushed through your presentation, but you have about 25 minutes to highlight the key components of this HHS requirement. Then the rest of it, we'll bring it to the session after lunch, and we can expound on the points much better. Thank you.
I'm not sure I'm doing the right thing. Okay. Thank you so much. So my name is Harriet Chalimpa Baguma. I'm the Environment, Health and Safety Specialist for the Scale Up project. I've been given the huge task to summarize my presentation, but I'm very confident that the people who we invited today have the energies that they require to absorb a lot of information. So for this next presentation is another angle. You've been listening to my colleagues talking about the financial side of the project. So I'm going to present to you another angle. If you are listening, most of the presenters were talking about environment, health and safety, the requirements, the issues you have to pay attention to, but they were not telling you exactly how. So my presentation is going to give you guidance on exactly how to achieve the E&S requirements for this project. So I'll give you a background to this presentation. Quickly go through the legal and institutional framework. The reason I'm giving you that bit of the policy is to let you know that there are actually legal requirements, and if you implementing this project, you don't want to find yourself on the wrong side of the law. And as you know, ignorance is no defense. So you live here knowing very well that there are legal implications on your activities, and if you pollute or you don't take precautions to say your waste management, you find yourself on the wrong side of the law. We have predicted a few impacts in this project and devised some mitigation measures, but we are going to work with you individually to look at your actual activities and expand on the impacts that you might have. That's the environmental impacts and social impacts, health and safety, and how to mitigate them. I'll give you implementation requirements my colleagues have been talking how we are going to implement this project in respect to the finance side. So I'll give you how you're going to implement this project in the E&S requirements. You can see I'm talking about an ESMP, which is an environmental and social management plan. That is a very important aspect for ESCOs. So that's why I've put it there, and then I'll give you an outline, and hopefully by the time you leave here, you will know exactly how you're supposed to implement this project and develop the plan. So I'm giving you that quick background and rationale for environmental concerns. As you know, they are global concerns, including climate change. We have biodiversity issues. A lot of you are going to use some biomass in your products at the end user side. So you need to take a little bit of precaution when you're designing products which use biodiversity, because we don't want to lose a lot of biodiversity. So we hope that you have plans to rejuvenate the biodiversity that you're going to be depleting. There are issues of pollution management. They have talked about them, especially solar products. Solar products have a lot of waste at the end of life. We need to have a plan for how to manage that waste. So I gave you a bit of, that is a bit of statistics so that you can appreciate what's happening globally. We have human rights issues. These factories where you're going to be manufacturing your equipment might have issues that we might want to mitigate against. That's just a quote from the International Labour Organization Director General. He said that almost 3 million workers die each year from occupational accidents and work-related diseases. This is an unacceptable and avoidable human cost. We can and must reduce and eliminate such deaths, injuries, and disease from work. I just wanted to share that that quote so that you appreciate why we have to build in the design of this project, so that we don't, at the end of our project, we're not counted as those people that created issues and depleted the environment and in the quest of doing our work. So we want to come out clean, basically. UECCC has got capacity at the moment to, including the work that we'll be doing, to contribute towards achieving a low-carbon economy, which is one of the targets that Uganda has at the moment. So we take environmental and social and health and safety issues very seriously. Here, I'm just trying to elaborate more on why we have to have environmental and social management, having given you the statistics and the issues that the world at the moment is grappling with. There's another quote there. You can look at the quote, but it's just to emphasize why we need to have environmental and social management as a design in our projects. I'm sure you have all seen impacts of the environmental degradation that are happening globally, even here at home. So I don't really feel like we need to justify it, but for some reason we do, so that you take it seriously. Oh, sorry. So I'll quickly go to why we need environment and social legislation. So you've seen the issues categorized differently. For you, especially to look at, you need to look at when you use the issue of poor waste management. your waste is mainly categorized under e-waste, especially the solar companies. You don't want to lose your reputation because you have poor management of your waste. So we need to build systems and also abide by the law. So that is just a snapshot of showing you why there's environmental and social legislation. That is just to avoid all those issues happening. In the middle there's a solar panel. I hope you have noticed it, just to keep you awake. I keep going the wrong way. So I'll quickly go through the legal framework, the regulatory framework. We have the Constitution of Uganda. Article 21 specifically talks about a person shall not be discriminated against on grounds of sex, race, color, ethnic origin, tribe, birth. There's another article also which talks about the right to a healthy environment. So if the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda is taking environmental issues very seriously, I think all of us should be taking environmental management very seriously. There's also the National Environment Act 2019. We have the Employment Act, Climate Change Act, World Bank Environmental and Social Standards. I really need to stress the World Bank Environmental and Social Standards because they have done a very comprehensive document which looks at the framework of almost everything that is impacted on the environment, especially environmental management. We have working conditions and so many others. The standards are actually 10, but if you could look into our environment and social management system, you get a comprehensive feel of how we have positioned ourselves on managing environment, health and safety issues. There are other guidelines that we use also. We have environmental and social risk, how they can be identified. If you noticed, I did mention to you that developing an ESMP is going to be very key to you, the ESCOs. So you'll need to know how to identify your risks and how to manage them. So how do you identify the risks before you actually develop the environmental and social management system? We'll show you how you will know your processes. How do you do your business? So you're the ones who will tell us how you do your business. And then together, we'll identify. What I forgot to mention to you is developing these documents, you're going to get support. We're not asking you to develop them if you don't know if you don't have the know-how. We have some support that we'll provide to the ESCOs to develop these systems, because you'll need the systems to implement the activities that you have at the moment. So once you identify risks associated with each process, you propose mitigation measures to enhance. And so what you also need to know is the impacts. The impacts can be positive and they can be negative. But at the moment, we're going to focus mainly on the negative impacts because they're the ones that really needs to be mitigated as you enhance the positive ones. So earlier I told you some of the potential risks that we predicted. Top on the list is the hazardous and non-hazardous waste from solar companies and electronic components. Our mitigation measure is we really strongly want you, the ESCOs, to partner with waste management companies because that's their day-to-day work. So we don't want to focus you on managing the hazardous waste when they are licensed companies that actually manage the waste. Unless, of course, you're planning to get licensed on yourself, then you can also, manage the hazardous waste. But hazardous waste has the requirements that you need to have before you can actually manage the waste. And if you found managing that waste without a license, I don't want to tell you what might happen, but it's not a good thing. So other potential risks that maybe I could just quickly go through is health and safety of solar companies' employees. You need to provide your employees, if you're manufacturing, with personal protective equipment, because they're handling some chemicals. They might be handling items that require protection for maybe fumes. We do not want to hear that your company had children working in the factory, or if you're distributing, we don't want to hear that a child, by the way, a child in this country is anybody under the age of 18. We don't want to find a 16 and 17-year-old working in your companies or driving a vehicle or things like that. We take those issues really seriously. I also want to touch on the quality of your products. Please do not put products that do not fit the criteria that my colleagues have talked about. We don't want to have to address any environmental or health and safety issues or social issues associated with poor quality products, because you might find yourself on the exclusion list for the next project. These are the positive impacts. I did mention that some impacts might be positive. So obviously we expect you to create employment opportunities, improved livelihood, improved education, because if you're lighting people's rural homes, children might do their homework a bit later in the evening. People's health will be improved. And I put that bit of mitigation measures for all, because the global issues are a concerted effort for everyone. If we all do the same thing at the same time, we'll see the benefits of the positive impacts of our works that we do. So quickly, these are the requirements we will expect from you. And when we are doing our due diligence and screening, when you make the application, we really want you to have somebody who is designated to focus on environmental and social safeguards, if possible. We can discuss when we have contracts with you, how exactly we can go about that. Everything is up for discussion on these issues, and there's a lot of support, like I said. We want you to monitor the environment and social performance and submit reports. The reports will be quarterly. You submit them to UECCC. I have a colleague will review them and give maybe comments, and then we can submit them to the people also we need to submit them to. Now, this last point of the incidents within 24 hours, it's a very serious issue. If you have a serious case on the project, in your factory, in your shops, while you're distributing, you are required to report to us within 24 hours of the incident happening. I cannot stress this more than I have stressed it. It is the most important thing that you must do, because if we find that something happened and you didn't report, more importantly that you didn't report it in 24 hours as we requested, it will have serious consequences on both you and us and everybody else concerned. So we want to deal with major incidents. Major incidents could be something like if somebody got seriously injured, if somebody died, cases of grievance, gender-based violence, child molestation issues. Those are the grave issues that we do not tolerate on this project. But the list is a bit endless. But in summary, how am I doing for time? Okay. Now, there was a slide which required you to do. Let me go back to it. There's that slide which requires the ESCOs to do an environmental and social management plan. I think I've lost it somewhere, but anyway, I want us to look at the environmental and social management plan. So this is a big requirement, and an environmental and social management plan is a very important document. It's a requirement, and it is a guiding document. It will help you to implement the project and be environmentally and socially sound in your operations. So the ESMP is a tool that describes the various environment and social impacts. Please include health and safety in that narrative, both positive and negative, like I said earlier, associated with the project activities, and outline planned mitigation and management issues. So please note that it's a very important document. So I'll whiz through what the document might look like and the issues that you might want to take into consideration. So this is an example of a template, how your plan will eventually look like once it's populated. So we have different phases, obviously. We have construction phase, operation phase, we have after decommissioning phases, but ideally all the issues will be populated in that matrix, and this will be expanded a bit later on when we are talking to the individual companies, because every company have their own issues, so we can't really generalize your issues, but I'm just giving you a snapshot of how this would look like, and the fact that it will be a one-to-one session discussing exactly what you need to do. So on average, this is how your environmental and social management plan will look like. You'll have the introduction, of course. You give us the overview of the project. You review the legal and technical basis of the ESMP. Don't worry about all that bit, because you'll have technical support, like we mentioned. But of course, we'll be requiring your input to come up with documentation. Chapter 2, going on to describe the project with the location scope, basically what you do, how you work, materials that you require, where you get them from, and issues like that. So chapter 3 is the baseline. We will look at your baseline conditions. For environmentalists, we look at the physical conditions, that's the physical environment, biological conditions, where you're working from, and socioeconomic, and we might add in another category, but yeah, that's basically what we are looking at. And then, like I mentioned to you earlier, I showed you a slide with the potential impacts that we have predicted before this project was implemented. So that will go there. And then there will be corresponding mitigation measures of each impact. Then you see the ESMP implementation, like I did say earlier, you need to have a designated person. So there will be people implementing the ESMP. It's a guiding document. What are their roles and what are their responsibilities? You also can include here us as your stakeholders and any other stakeholders that you work with. We will work through those issues. And then monitoring arrangements and reporting, which I've talked to you a bit earlier. We like to have a component of building capacity. People need to be training. We will be providing training periodically. We will communicate about that training. You could also, propose your own training that you think you need capacity on. And then, like the technical assistance I did mention to you earlier. I don't know, but you just need to know that implementing an ESMP will cost some money. So you kind of have to prepare for it. But it will, depending on what you're doing. Earlier on, we did say that you need to partner with a waste handler. The waste handler is not going to be free, so we can work through those issues. By the way, I must tell you that NEMA is working on the e-waste that is currently being generated, and there are no definite measures to manage it. But we are hoping that in the coming months, we'll have a structured process for managing waste, so that you don't have to work through what you need to do with the waste that is generated. We also want to hear from you in the afternoon session how much waste you intend to generate, say, in the first year, second year, third year, because your products, how long are they going to be in use for, and things like that, so that we have an informed decision on when we are developing these systems to manage the waste, and how it's going to be, how we are going to get that waste from everywhere in the country. Now, the last chapter, we'll talk about the grievance redress mechanism. I did hear somebody asking about, my colleague, about communicating with the end users. Now, we hope that your companies have a system where you address issues that might be coming from your customers or your staff or your other partners. But for us, we are going to develop a system which will address everybody's issues, including the end users, but we are targeting mainly the end users. So we'll have a system where they will report to us directly if they're having issues with your products or your employees, or any other issue that we feel they should report to us directly. So while you're also doing your customer relations work, we'll also be getting information directly from them. So please do the best that you can so that we implement this project equitably. And please bear in mind, we want you to also look at the vulnerable people, the women, the single parent headed homes. So please look out for the vulnerable people who might not ordinarily benefit from our project. I'm sorry, I have had to whiz through the presentation, but in the afternoon I can go in more detail so that we have a good debate about the environmental and social issues that might come out from this project. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Can I have a big round of applause for the team that has done a very wonderful job today? The ladies and gentlemen who went upstairs said that they have issues with energy service companies. And when I was speaking to them, they said, why did you separate us in these presentations? Because in as much as energy service companies accuse us of not giving them money, we also have issues with them, and we have to interact with them and tell them why we don't give them money. I said, rest your case. We have 2 hours in the afternoon to interact and iron out this issue, such that when you interact with the next time, those issues are long gone. And I said, hold your thoughts once again. We have another session in the evening now where we're a bit relaxed, where we can discuss these issues, and you ask the CEO why they're always not giving you money. Lunch is served. I hope everybody has gotten a coupon. If you haven't gotten one, please reach out. There's enough for everyone. Let's try to move in bits to manage the crowd at the serving point. We shall use the marketplace restaurant. Once you walk to the lobby, you make an immediate left, and that is where we shall sit. I hate to bring this up right now, but for those who just came in, if you need a bathroom break, I should have mentioned it earlier, but I figured we are dealing with very clever people. They can figure things out easily. We have some washrooms. When you turn to your right here, and when you go into the lobby and make the left before the restaurant, there's another restroom there. So feel free to use it as and when you want. Bon appetit. Please say prayer before you eat in your heart, for those who are prayerful like me. Enjoy your lunch, and let's reconvene at exactly 2:30. We'll have a 2-hour session until exactly 4:30. Then once we break, we'll use the Kololo Bar for our cocktail event that will go on until about 8-9 p.m. Thank you very much.
The Uganda Energy Credit Capitalisation Company is a government institution and not having share capital. The company's main objective is to provide financial, technical, and other support.
Please, as you exit, just one more announcement. As you exit, take care of your valuables. I'm not pointing a finger at anyone, but I mean I don't everyone. So laptops, phones, any other valuables, please make sure you go with them. Don't leave them here.
Is also increasing, but solar energy has surpassed hydropower. Hydropower contributes 19%, whereas the solar energy contributes 39%. So you can see that they have bridged the gap. So the more we capitalize, the more they also help in making sure that we increase power distribution in this country.
I'm using the solar for this grinding mill, and I also have a shop behind there, and in the shop we have a refrigerator, and we have a charging system which we charge phones for money, and we also have a saloon whereby all these are using the solar system.
And we are so grateful to the Tujijenge. The solars have helped us a lot, mostly for me here. Patients come at night, you're supposed to candlelight. So without this solar, I wouldn't have managed it.
UECCC is also the administrator of Uganda Energy Capitalisation Trust. Accordingly, the objectives of UECCC are to serve as a credit support institution and to promote private sector-led renewable energy infrastructure development.
The Uganda Energy
Credit Capitalisation Company Limited has a mandate which is running around, number one, ensuring increased access to clean energy. This is especially for those rural, hard to reach areas or the hard to serve areas, so that we can also get them access our clean energy. But also, most importantly, to facilitate the financing of renewable energy development, particularly for those private sector companies which could be with interest in investing in clean energy. So we are mainly a company that wanted to bridge that gap between what is happening with the national grid and those who are left out, especially at the grassroots, by having them access clean energy and access it at affordable cost by modeling a way of bringing in private sector participation so that we can be able to reach those areas.
To be the leading provider of financing solutions and technical assistance to facilitate renewable energy development and access, to provide innovative financing initiatives and technical assistance that enables participation of the private sector and other stakeholders so as to enhance development and access to renewable energy.
We've been able to extend credit to about 2,000 families that have been able to access power connection as well as solar connection. And this one they've been able to do through our products, which have been codenamed Sente Solar as well as Sente Power. We want to thank our partners, the UECCC, for being able to enable our clients through the bank, Centenary Bank, to access power. And once power is availed to them, definitely we know we'll be enabling them to do investments and eventually being able to create the small jobs that people need to be able to develop the economy.
Sun King is one of the partners with Uganda Energy Credit Capitalisation Company. And together with them, we have been able to get working capital loans, end-user financing for individuals and enterprises that has enabled them acquire solar solutions. So we have partnered with a number of microfinance institutions in Uganda, including the banks. And at these different, at their locations, there is visibility of Sun King products. There is also knowledge on how to guide any customers, whether it's the bank customers or customers walking by, to be able to acquire products.
And what are some of the current strategies being deployed within the mandate of key actors in the renewable energy subsector to improve these scenarios?
So UECCC is at the forefront to really drive the government's agenda in ensuring we are using clean energy, but also energy-efficient technologies. We really want to implore as many stakeholders as possible to benefit from the facilities that the UECCC is supporting through different financiers or financing institutions and private energy companies. The team at UECCC walks the journey with you when you want to access funding, even if it meant getting a transaction advisor to package a solution for the entity that intends to benefit from the facility. They are available to provide that kind of support.
We have a menu of credit support instruments, including concessional funding to partner financial institutions, partial credit risk guarantees, and technical assistance to private sector players to facilitate provision of credit for clean energy projects. Since our operationalization, we have developed and implemented innovative, scalable financing solutions that demonstrate actual impact on the ground. We have facilitated financial institutions to take on energy lending as part of their day-to-day lending business with the standalone energy loan products such as the Sente Solar at Centenary Bank, Green Loan at Equity Bank, and Biogas Loan Facility at Able Circle. we have also facilitated financial institutions to provide working capital loans to clean energy companies. Through the various financing programs, UECCC has enabled 1.2 million Ugandans to access clean energy, including solar, biogas, and on-grid connections. Under our technical assistance program, UECCC has enabled local developers to package bankable renewable energy projects through provision of early-stage funding. Through this program, we have so far provided early-stage technical assistance to 8 local independent producers with a generation capacity of 76.7 megawatts. This enabled the local developers to finish early-stage studies and secure equity investors.
The Government of Uganda Electricity Connection Policy 2018 and 2017 has set a target of 300,000 on-grid connections per annum. Government of Uganda is implementing a free connection policy. In that regard, UECCC is extending funding to support house wiring and connections to communities in different parts of the country.
Benefited from this electrical loan very much. When the program came in, they sensitized it about the program. I just took interest straight away. At home here, I'm trying to look for things, the way of opening something like also we selling some of these cold drinks and so on.
The Uganda Energy Credit Capitalisation Company deploys limited public resources on business principles to leverage private sector capital towards meeting the country's financing requirements for increased access to modern energy services. 29.7 billion Uganda shillings has so far been committed as concessional funding to PFIs, projected to leverage PFIs on funding at 28.2 billion Uganda shillings, thus enabling a total 57.9 billion Uganda shillings to be availed towards clean energy financing.
The government of Uganda, with support from the World Bank, will implement the Electricity Access Scale-Up project with the key objective of increasing access to households, commercial enterprises, industrial parks, and public institutions, with inclusion of refugee host districts. The project has 2 key components: grid expansion and connectivity component at $528 million, and the financial intermediation component at $110 million. The financial intermediation component is going to be implemented by Uganda Energy Credit Capitalisation Company. UECCC will unlock supply side and demand side financing to increase access to solar equipment for lighting and charging, solar equipment for productive uses, and clean cooking solutions. More specifically, under this project, UECCC will partner with energy service companies. Those are the solar companies, the clean cooking companies, distributors of productive use of equipment, to be able to extend or convey affordability constraint grants to targeted beneficiaries, which will be households and commercial enterprises. And the way this will work is that the companies will convey price discounts or subsidies to these households where the households and enterprises will be able to access the various types of equipment at discounts offered by government in the range of 40 to 50% of the price. And for accountability purposes, UECCC will reimburse the energy service companies after verified confirmation that the price discounts have been delivered to the targeted beneficiaries. When it comes to the supply side, UECCC will provide financing through participating financial institutions to the distributors of and the retailers of solar equipment for lighting and charging, solar equipment for productive uses, for eligible purposes such as irrigation, water pumping, solar drying, refrigeration and cooling, and clean cooking technologies, so that the companies can be able to access working capital and be able to stock up in response to the demand that will be stimulated through the grants that will be provided by the project. And so the stimulation will be from the demand side and supply side to ensure that we increase access to productive uses of solar equipment for commercial enterprises, and also increase the penetration of solar electrification in the country. For the financial institutions, UECCC will provide partial credit guarantees for purposes of risk sharing when the participating financial institutions are providing working capital facilities, sizable working capital facilities, to the companies that will be dealing in the equipment for solar and for clean cooking. And the whole aim of the risk sharing will also be to ensure that we reduce the real or perceived risks associated with lending for clean technologies, but also to reduce the collateral requirements that inhibit access to credit for companies that deal in clean technologies. Thank you.
Hata ngasimanyo kutata echimwangolere ngaba simakutsevu singutebusubulero erisimali kuwali erengolera chibanza mwamambimbira kwe nyumba eruli risimali erengakolachi eringa basimama endi mwasinja kutsevu
This project has done the best to the community. The community is appreciating so much. Regarding the in-kind compensation, in Sonja, in Kaisenda Cell, we have constructed 6 houses in the entire project of in Bunyangabu. So in Kaisenda Cell, we have 4 houses constructed, In Igasa, we have 2. Generally, the community is very happy for what has been done, because we have been telling them, promising them that the government will construct these houses, buy land for them, and it has come to reality. So I thank the management for the project, for this really making it a reality. Thank you so much.
Hello. Hello. Please call your neighbor, call a friend, tell a friend to tell a friend. Let's reconvene. We are 10 minutes above the time we would have started. Let's all get back into the room for this session. We'll keep it as engaging as possible. We don't want to do any more presentations. The talking, the engagement is going to be done mainly by you, the audience, you, the energy service companies, and the financial institutions. Ask the most difficult questions that you can master. Where you want clarity, seek it. And let's productively use the next 1.5, 2 hours to be able to leave this room when we've gained value from this workshop. The people in the hallway, those who are still doing lunch, please text your friends, let them come back in the hall. Let's restart the session for the afternoon. Thank you.
It is 4 minutes to 3 o'clock, and we're all back here. Good to see all of you back, and it's good to see all of you smiling. The afternoons are usually very difficult, but interestingly, I can see the energy levels are still the same, and that's quite encouraging. Please, if anyone has gone back to the upper room, kindly redirect them back here. The upper room was purely for purposes of breakout session. The afternoon session is going to be conducted here. Can I request Samuel Ochanya, Mwaka Goba, Fred Tuhaire, Noah Ochima, and the lovely Agnes Nakazi to make your way to the podium. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back for the afternoon. Like I mentioned before, thanks again. Thank you very much for sticking with us. Part of my worry was that usually, and I don't know why it happens like that, but in our culture, after lunch, people always leave. But in this culture, even after lunch, people are here. I think you deserve a round of applause. It's not very simple. The level of interest in the project clearly is that high. For this next session, that should last probably about maybe 30 to 40 minutes or slightly more, my colleagues, led by the project manager Samuel Ochanya, and the program managers for the different components or the different programs, have gathered some feedback, and they wanted to just expound on it a little. So we felt a panel session would give them the time to be able to answer specific questions or respond to feedback that they received. After these ones, you might be wondering why there are 4 men and 1 lady. I'm going to dismiss the gentlemen, and I'll call the 2 ladies that presented about EHS, and specifically their focus that most of us really don't pay attention to is social safeguards. The word confuses me a bit. I asked Esther, my colleague, what is social safeguards? She told me the subject is wide. I asked her wide. The details she gave me, I won't disclose them here. But she will speak for herself when she comes. Samuel, the floor is yours. Please take it on from here, and let's hear what you and the panel have to discuss for the next couple of minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back from the sumptuous meal. I hope you enjoyed it. So, together with me here are 4 of my colleagues. And why we have chosen these 4 is not because they share a title, because they are each program managers, they're called program managers, but also to understand what it is that they are going to do. The program managers are the people that are responsible for delivering this project. They're the front the front face of the project. Of course, we are supported by the entire structure of UECCC, but these are the people that will be leading at the front. In terms of sitting, there is no particular order. It's not that we wanted to keep the lady far, but I mean, I think along the way we will be able to understand why she's seated at the end. Okay, so I'll request the panelists to introduce themselves, what your names, of course, and then your responsibility. What are you doing in this program, in this project?
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Mwaka Agoba. Yes, that is the correct pronunciation. I am the program manager, results-based financing, and the clean cooking program. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon once again. My name is Fred Tuhairwe. I'm the program manager, productive uses of energy and internal wiring.
Good afternoon. My name is Noah Ochima. I'm the program manager in charge of public institutions, and this covers electrification as well as clean cooking at these public institutions, schools, health centers, and other public institutions, water points, police, barracks, and the like. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Agnes Nakazimugwanya, Program Manager, Solar Facility.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So now you have put names to the faces. I would like to put a question across, first of all, to Noah. Noah, you're responsible for public institutions. Would like you to explain a bit more what exactly public institutions entails, who are your targets, who are you working with, and what would success look like for you?
Thank you. There are some few slides that were actually prepared. Realize that from the morning sessions, we went into the meat of RBFs and so on, and our public institutions were not covered. Mr. Brian, are those slides coming up? Then I could run them through before we get into the rest of the discussions. Otherwise, if they are not, I could give a synopsis, if you don't mind. Brian? Should I just give a summary? I didn't hear that. 1 minute. Okay, while Brian is preparing, what I can say right now is that, as I've mentioned in the introduction, the public institutions we are looking at for electrification, health centers, that is managed by the Ministry of Health, schools managed by the Ministry of Education, and then water points, that is our Ministry of Health. Those are the ones that are currently planned. The responsible ministries are in charge of selecting those institutions, while UECCC will be offering a grant for the electrification of the institutions. That is the model for the public institutions, electrification. The details are, oh yes, thank you. Yeah, so that is that explains the public institutions. So the World Bank, of course, will give the Ministry of Finance a grant that will be channeled to the UECCC, and UECCC will then funnel this grant to the to the contractors, the ESCOs, some of whom are here, who will be contracted by Ministry of Health, Ministry of Education and Sport, or Ministry of Water. The grant will cover the capital cost, while the ministries are in charge of operations and maintenance over the life of the systems. I will not go into the details, but I will also call upon specifically for public institutions after this panel session, would want to have a sounding out with the companies, the ESCOs that feel they have the capacity to supply public institutions. We want to have a sounding out of the most appropriate model for that. So if, and this is an open invitation, but we'll be meeting in the room upstairs, the one that had the PFIs, to have a sounding out to see how to push this forward. Next slide, please. Yeah, so for the clean cooking facility, this is being managed by the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, still in collaboration with the ministries. So I've just added on the Ministry of Internal Affairs because they're in charge of police and prisons. So the barracks is for these two. Otherwise, still the similar model is being used where the different ministries Ministry of Energy will work with the different ministries to select the beneficiary institutions for clean cooking facilities. Then the Ministry of Energy will procure on behalf of the beneficiaries these systems. So unlike the previous model where the ministries are procuring and themselves, here the Ministry of Energy will procure. The main requirement here is that the schools, the health centers must have a willingness to accept this technology, to take it on and to maintain it over its lifetime. And the technology is being looked at in terms of clean cooking, biomass, so improved cook stoves for biomass. I would like to try out LPG for cooking, EPCs for cooking, and lastly, biogas. Again, this is also through a grant managed by UECCC that will be channeled to the private clean cooking service provider. So again, for the ESCOs that are involved in the clean cooking, this is an opportunity for you, and we'll be sounding out very soon calls for procurement of these services. Next slide, there's one more slide. I just wanted to share some of the energy service company eligibility criteria for the grant that is managed by UECCC. So first of all, it must be registered to operate in Uganda. So if it is a company that is coming from out, you must have a registered office in Uganda, because you'll be managing these facilities for a long time. So we wouldn't want a company that comes in maybe from Germany and then ships out immediately after. It should have the capacity to maintain policies and procedures adequate to monitor these, to enable the agencies to monitor and evaluate them. Of course, we're looking at financial management. Before lunch, our colleague from EHS talked about the EHS compliance requirements. These are specified in detail as well. These documents are on the UECCC website, so you could look at the energy service company requirements and as well the EHS requirements. Must supply, of course, quality products certified by UNBS. And my colleague Fred talked about e-waste management. That is also quite important for us. So we must be able to ensure that the equipment, straight from installation up to the end of life, must have a plan for that. And then, of course, the most important is that they are not blacklisted either by PPDA or by the World Bank. So those are the requirements that the ESCOs must meet. Again, as I mentioned, I would want to have a shorter meeting, a smaller meeting with the ESCOs outside this panel to sound out some few aspects of this plan to get some feedback from you. Thank you, Sam.
Thank you. Normally in Uganda we clap, and you clap wholeheartedly, not half-half. Okay, thank you very much, Noah. Mr. Mwaka, you're responsible for RBF and clean cooking. What would you say is this RBF is a bit common in certain areas around the country, especially the refugee hosting districts and where people are a bit vulnerable. Under this project, how do you intend to ensure that the communities within the refugee hosting districts actually benefit from this funding?
Okay, thank you, Samuel. First and foremost, I say that this RBF thing is basically hinged on business, but specifically to refugee hosted districts. First and foremost, we know that refugee hosted districts and refugee settlements have some characteristics which are not common as compared to the other parts of the country. First and foremost, we have high population density in those areas. And then related to that, there comes huge energy demands, for example, for cooking and so forth, which also leads to sometimes a lot of negative impacts on the environment itself in terms of depleting the forest, for example. But also that also comes along with other unwanted health effects, like some diseases that are related to pollution and so forth. Now, in light of that, in the RBF program, we are prioritizing the refugee host districts and the refugee settlements to see how we can have them access alternative sources of energy, safe sources of energy, to go about their activities, cooking, for example, such that we can try to mitigate those unwanted ripple effects of high population density, the destruction of the environment and so forth. Now, what are we going to do? We are basically trying to say that we are rallying you, our wonderful partners, to be interested in these refugee hosting districts and the refugee population themselves. That we should be able to have partners in those communities who will be able to extend these products to these communities and the host population in a manner that access is increased. So number one is to attract partners, you, the ESCOs, and others, and health development partners, to get to these communities to help by way of sale and distribution of these products and also services. And what we have done to rally your support, we have also tried to provide some incentives that should cover some of your costs as you get into these communities. You remember earlier on in my presentation, I gave 2 lines of grants that will come. One is to the end user, and then the other one is to the energy service companies themselves. So that one that comes to the energy service companies is what we call the incentives. It's just something it's a contribution towards the total costs that you may incur to reach this population. Number 2, we will be working together with other development partners that are in these refugee host districts and also refugee settlements like UNHCR and so forth, those partners that are actually in those areas to generate, figure out how best we can work together to synergize our efforts to ensure that we deliver, we increase access to renewable energy in those areas. Working with them through the clean cooking, but also trying to stimulate some kind of business ventures, and also paying particular attention to the most vulnerable. We all know that women are very vulnerable, and we will be very much interested to see that they are actually covered in this program. So we have a particular focus to refugee host districts. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Mwaka. I think for the wider audience, it's important for you to note, if we're trying to throw some numbers around, we have an allocation of $27 million into these specific areas. So wherever you may be seated in terms of being comfortable with your business in Kampala or Kampala Metropolitan, we would like you to extend your services into the refugee host communities and districts, because there is quite a bit of money that is ring-fenced specifically for that area. And in case you want to know which districts those are, I encourage you to visit our website. The information is there. All the 12 districts are listed there. And in your strategies and your different strategic sessions, please go back and think about how you can be able to reach the communities in those specific districts. Thank you. I go to Fred. So there's this thing called internal wiring. That is what you're responsible for. Internal wiring, what does it exactly entail? How will we be able to ensure that we are able to meet these targets or the objectives that were set out in this project?
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. Once again, I'll try to elaborate more on our internal wiring program, the real intervention that we have, because I don't want it to be mixed up with the free connection policy that the government introduced in 2018 or other policies of the government. Internal wiring is basically intended to, first of all, help households to wire their houses, domestic houses, where they are supposed to connect electricity. Then also commercial enterprises, also to wire their premises, as well as the consumers of three-phase electricity. But the wiring is just internally within the house. Outside the house, the connections will be catered for by the government. The government will extend that subsidy or grant to end users, who include households, commercial enterprises, and those who wish to connect to three-phase power. They will extend one pole and a no-pole connection and free connection, basically. But the intervention is basically to ensure that a customer does the internal wiring first, which is a requirement, and it is usually certified. The Electricity Regulatory Authority has always certified some engineers who certify that you have wired the house to the required standards, so they can extend a connection to you. So that is the extent. During the break, I also got a question about mini grids. That what will happen to customers who are on mini grids now that the internal wiring program targets customers who are on grid. So my response was that for mini grids, a mini grid is a grid connection. The only difference is that it's not connected to the main or the national grid. So it is still the same arrangement, only that mini grids may not have, but I know for mini grids, the government extends a subsidy called, when a developer comes up and is developing a mini grid, the government usually extends the customer connections, and then a distribution network is guaranteed under a mini grid arrangement. But also under that, the customers who need their houses wired and certified can also apply for this internal wiring program. And I would also want to clarify this, that the internal wiring program is not a grant, or it's not under RBF. It will be applied under the credit support program and only accessed through participating financial institutions. It means for any internal wiring needs, customers or end users will have to go through, like we are going to do to pre-qualify companies to work with banks to facilitate end user financing. We shall also have companies that do internal wiring, pre-qualified, and lists available with our participating financial institutions. So if a customer gets a requirement and needs some financing in that line, will access our participating financial institutions and be able to obtain that financing, but using the pre-qualified or companies that have been pre-qualified to do that alongside the financial institutions. So we intend basically to ensure that when the free connection policy is in place, end users are able not to have an obstacle on the wiring side, so we simplify it in that way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fred. I'll ask Agnes a question and then open it up to the audience. First, it was for you to understand who the people are in front of you here, and then, if you may, you can then ask a question that you believe or you think that we need to answer. So, Agnes, you conducted a session with financial institutions, and which of these questions, or which question really was the most common that everyone was really raising, and you feel that, we need to go back and rethink?
Oh, thank you very much, Samuel. I think the key question or concern was about the interest rates and maybe the maximum amounts, mainly for the tier 4 section, tier 4s, whereby the concern was that we shouldn't set a maximum amount for all, much as they are all tier 4s, but they are at different levels of operation. So we need to revise those amounts, and maybe the ones that are ahead may be bigger than the others. We come up with a higher maximum amount for them to borrow. For the interest rates, some were happy, but I want to say somebody from tier 4 again was concerned about the interest rates and thought they would be revised, but overall the majority maybe thought from tier 1 to 3 felt that the interest rates were favorable, but tier 4 still, it was an issue. It kept cropping up from time to time. I think that was the major concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Agnes. So it was about maximum amount that is available to tier 4s, and also they need some flexibility on what the maximum rate can be that they would charge. Obviously, that is a function usually of the cost of funds of whatever institution it is, so understandable that they may raise such concerns. Okay, so Mr. Menya would like to open up this session to the audience. If they have any questions, we'll get somebody to move the mic around, and then you may ask the questions. Yes, sir. Annette, if you could help us with the microphone. I request that as you ask the question, you may just introduce yourself, where you lie exactly.
Thank you.
And then, yeah.
I am Tashovia Crispus, Yuga Stove. I want to say that we are excited by the good presentations we have had. If I had powers, I would say we sing the song about this is the day that the Lord has made. But I will not say it for now. We'll continue in the same tune. I want to ask my brother on clean cooking. You really excited us, and we are looking up to you for money very soon. So we should come for you for money. Now the question is, we're happy this program is going to run for a certain period of time. And as business people, we are looking at sustainability after all prices have been subsidized. And then you have left us. So we have to go back to our normal prices. What is your sustainability approach, and what are you thinking for the people in the business? Thank you so much.
We could take maybe 3 or so questions.
Thank you. Let me also re-echo the importance of this program for green transition. My name is David Ebong from Clean Energy Partnership, Africa. I have a few concerns. One is in terms of largely ring-fencing technology certification with respect to Verasol, which has got very limited products certified. And on the other hand also is the requirement for UNBS certification. But you find most technology are IEC certified. So I'm wondering what would really be the perspective to improve on that so that there is more wider participation. The second aspect is from the technical specifications of the components. You will see that for refrigerator, 0.5 kilowatts or 800 liters. And then also the scope of the menu itself in terms of productive usage of electricity. You seem to ring fence it, but technology is emerging faster than that. While you know there is solar maize mill, there is also solar oil press, which you would have not looked at. But if you target like that, the solar oil press will stimulate feed mill production, will stimulate uptake of asheries and other value chains. But you find explicitly areas that has got core implication on farmers enhancing productivity in the value chains are left out. For instance, solar dryers, or dryers for that matter, dealing with the issue of aflatoxin and quality of grains. The issue of pulverizers, feed mills, giving value to the farmer through technology, financing, technical support, scaling. All these are really integrated processes towards, the sustainability of this green investment. So I think certain areas should be left with management to take informed decisions as opposed to ring fencing as presented technically. So I think those are really the wider areas I would look at. For instance, in the whole country, there is no municipal waste to energy project. Why not one or two considered under this kind of arrangement so that it is a trailblazer? Where people had failed to sow impact is where you should step forward to sow impact. So that World Bank projects should also demonstrate what is happening globally at scale. It's true, in Sub-Saharan Africa, we start to think small. Even this money we have asked for is small. In West Africa, they asked $2 billion. But here, we are very happy with the 600 and what? And 80 million. So I think we need to up the game in terms of the scope we need to achieve from this project.
Okay, let's take one more, and then we will respond. Okay, as you get the microphone sorted, we can take up these questions. So, to Mwaka, what's the plan? Sustainability. You're going to push down prices, these goods, but when the project closes, what happens?
Okay, thank you very much. One is that during this time of implementation, we are going to first and foremost enable the companies to reach the most of the population. And because of that, certain things will come along with this. One is that we'll be able to understand the market better. And number two, the project will also support the companies through the TA facility in skills of identifying the market, in the skills of marketing the products, to identify all the market segments. In the process, we shall have sold or installed many products amongst the population. Now, for some of them, there will be ready market for the fuels that are required. An example, if we have succeeded to sell or distribute LPG units, it already means that moving forward, there's a ready market for the gas itself. Of course, my friend asked it more directly, said, now, after the 4 years also, when you go, what do you leave us with? And he put it along the lines of that now,
we will have subsidized. When we pull out automatically, it means the companies will adjust backwards. I think that was the direct line of the question. Yes, I may not have a direct solution to plug that. I will ask other colleagues to contribute, but I don't think we'll have a very direct a solution to plug that. Once the project winds away, something will come immediately to subsidize. I only try to explain the other indirect means of sustaining the market. So that is the far I can respond. If there is any from my colleagues, if there's any, yes.
Okay, yes.
We can add.
The director, transaction execution, if you may.
I just wanted to add to what Mr. Mwaka has said. We have a situation right now where the energy service companies are unable to sell to levels that they would like to sell at. And this is for a myriad of circumstances, because of a myriad of circumstances. COVID, economic pressures. On the other hand, you also have the targeted beneficiaries. They can't afford. They are facing affordability challenges. So we can't sit back as government. We have to disrupt and facilitate a restructure of the situation temporarily, and to levels, the subsidy levels you have seen are around 50%, with a view to resuscitating the companies. The companies will now be able to sell and reach more people in the rural areas that would otherwise not be part of their sales if they remained there without a subsidy program. And also, the targeted beneficiaries would enter the energy bracket and be able to free up time to generate income. And after a period of about 3-4 years, we hope that income levels will have improved, and then they can be able to continue to buy at the levels that will have returned at that time. So that is why government has got to come in to address or restructure the situation. We can't sit back. If we sit back, the companies will go south, and our people will also continue to fail to access energy. So that is the solution. It's a temporal solution. I know you talk about sustainability, but sometimes you also have Christmas sales for clothes, and when it goes back, do you say that you're not going to buy again? Or you just have to know that it was for that period, and that you were able to perhaps save and invest into something else? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Roy. Second question is, it seems that the UNBS, requirement for UNBS seems restrictive, and yet there are other, certifications that are available. Can you take that up?
Okay. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Honorable Bong, for that question. I want to talk to this, but probably I may also require some support from Mr. Richard Ebong from Engineer Richard Ebong from UNBS. But let me attempt to give you a snapshot. In the project operational manual, we suggest a a menu of standards. It's not only the Veraso and Lighting Global Standard, as you talked about it, but we have suggested a menu of standards. We said both national and international. In the cases where national standards exist, we shall look at national standards and consider. In the case where national standards are still under development, like you well know, the standard like on some components above 300 watts of solar panels and above 300 watts are still under development. So we consider also IEC or International Electronic Commission standards for that consideration. Maybe for the biomass cook stoves, because we intend really to achieve very good stoves that can perform, because we are talking of clean cooking. We really need to mean clean cooking, and the project intends to support clean technologies. That is where there's a requirement for an ISO standard with the test protocols and given some measures. That's where maybe the biomass cook stoves will bear. But the rest of the technologies, given that the standards don't exist, some of them like EPCs are new on the market, ovens have their testing international recognized standards. Those are the ones we are going to really consider under eligibility of standards. We really want as much as possible to distribute quality standards under this project and ensure that we protect our consumers. I alluded to it in my presentation that we need consumer protection. We don't need a situation where end users get products, after 3 months, they are down, then they are back to square one, they have spent some money, and then they get discouraged to buy. So if we are going to have our energy access levels go up, we shall need to emphasize standards to ensure that we have good products and good systems installed to the end users.
Thank you very much, Fred. I just have one other question here, which I think is very good feedback. And that question was basically, how will we handle the fact that technologies are always changing? There is evolution, innovation is always happening, and yet we seem to indicate from our presentations that we have locked in or ring-fenced certain technologies. I think that is valuable feedback that we should be able to take and see what latitude is there in order to, the recommendation was there that can management take up that recommendation? Can it be given that mandate to either widen the scope or widen the technologies that can be accepted? That is feedback that we've taken note of. The documents that we have shared online are living documents. They are not cast in stone. And so the purpose of this workshop, as you obviously have noted, is largely to let you know what is happening on the side of the project, but also to gather the feedback that you have towards what we have presented. Can we have another round? The gentleman there is.
Yeah, thank you so much. I just wanted to answer my namesake, Honorable David Ebongabo, on that issues of IEC certification, and also to add a bit on use of foreign, or to warn on the use of foreign standards. It is very dangerous to just pick a foreign standard and bring or refer to the so-called international standard, and you bring it as a risk of wiping out the innovations and other small players. The best thing to do is, if there are no national standard and you think there is an international standard or foreign standard, you bring it to UNBS for evaluation, and we sit and give you temporary provision to use as we develop the national standard. Secondly, on the issues of IEC certification, UNBS is a member of IEC, and I'd come with my colleague, Winnie on zero. I don't know whether she's here. She's actually the National Electrotechnical Committee Secretary. UNBS is a member of IEC, and we subscribe to IEC certification. And therefore, any other electronic product, even if we have not certified from here, if you get it to us, that manufacturer, we are able to trace electronically, and they send us the certification certificate and prove that such a product has been made from a factory that has been audited and the product is certified. And therefore, we can use international standard based upon approval and know it is fit for use in this country. The risk of bringing any other thing, international standard at times is diluted because it actually doesn't, eliminate other things, and you bring everything, others may not be applicable. And that is why you need to first of all bring it to us so that we will see and say this meets our requirement. For example, electronic things. Other countries use 110 volts and others. Here we are in 240. If you just say, yes, we are using IEC, then you may bring something which doesn't work here. So do not refer to international standard as it is. Bring it for evaluation in UNBS, and we subject it to experts in the technical committee, and we give temporary approval as we fast track developing the national standard, because the authority of the standard vests on the national standard, not international standard. Thank you.
Money, for example, until we know exactly how many panels we are going to use, how many tanks, that's when we can give a price. Otherwise, before that, then we can't determine a price. So what price are you looking at in these applications before we submit them?
Can we take other questions?
All right, can we, for purposes of democracy, we pride ourselves in being a very democratic country. Others disagree, but for me, I agree. My colleague will handle this other side of the room, and I'll handle this other side of the room. So we'll choose one, like that. So I have two here, Michael, then him will ask. Then after that side, I'll come here.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Arnold Basime from RM Clean Energy Solutions. I'm glad that
guidance can be given in terms of pricing? That is question one. Number two was around the marketing and sensitization around products. What part does the ESCO have to play? What part does UECCC have to play? There was a question, the way I wrote it here is that there was a question, but I put sustainability again. That was how I could remember it. How sustainable is this at the end of the project? I mean, if it ends and the prices are shoot back up. There was a question by the chairman. What is the end game? What are we at the end of this project? What do we intend to achieve or see in terms of things like building capacity? Are we going to have products manufactured here and things like that? Then there was also a question around, I hope my colleagues are taking note to understand where we're going to chip in, and also for our colleagues who are within the audience. And then what else, besides partnering with the banks, who else should be a part of this? Because it's not just about financing. That's not the only issue at hand. There's the part of academia and then grace periods. These may turn out to be short given the lead time if there is importation and things like that. And then the challenges around verification. What are the assurances that, we'll not have the unfortunate circumstances like the ones that we have been given? Yeah. So, if I would, yes, Mark, if you can take.
Yeah. It seems the mic is also. I will go first. Let me start with the last one, because that is directly of interest to me, about the worries about verification process and what level of faith should we have on the verification process. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, at the design of this project, one of the things that came out very clearly as being a challenge to RBF programming was actually the issue of verification. From the beginning, we understand that if verification doesn't go on efficiently, it actually clogs the entire program. That is the bottom line. We recognize that that is the fulcrum of the results-based financing. Now, what have we put in place? Number one, we intend to use an agent, which we are calling an independent verification agent, that has that capacity that should deliver verification results timely in order for us to make payments to respect the 45-day cycle. In fact, the 45-day cycle is not on, the 45 days is not only for verification. We are timing from the time the claims are submitted up to the time when money is actually paid. We are actually saying that verification will take a maximum of 25 days from the time of what? Of submission. And then the other processes will go along. But what are we going to do? The project is trying to invest into a digital system. We have the faith that the digital system should be able to deliver much more quicker results in the verification. And number two, given the three schemes, we have actually proposed that the independent verifier we shall get on board should have dedicated teams to handle the three schemes separately. We actually recognize the amount of work that verification comes with. So we're going to have that dedicated teams to handle each of these schemes. Now, in summary, we are trying to say that the project is going to bring on board a verification agent that will have the capacity in terms of people, in terms of technology, and in terms of efficiency to enable that we deliver this project much more efficiently. I want to make this commitment to this gathering today that as a project, we recognize that verification is one of the biggest problems, if not done well, clogs the whole program. And we are well prepared, as already explained, to have in place a most efficient system. And as a program, we shall be monitoring this very, very closely. I want to allay your fears, ladies and gentlemen. I think my other colleagues can talk to the others, but I want to talk about the issue of pricing. Somebody says, what is the best price to use? And then also, how do you determine the price? Because what may happen here may not be the same as what is in Yumbe, for example. Specifically, I want to say that first and foremost, as people in this industry, we want to believe that there is that price that you have always been offering for these products. And in fact, the design of this project took account the prices you are offering. Amongst us here, there are companies that we contacted and they gave us the prices against which we also did our planning. I don't want to think that once the project kicks off, then things will automatically change in terms of pricing. We are hoping that the prices you are going to quote are the actual market prices. And these are the prices you are actually offering. That is one. Number two, in our POM, in terms of installation, that cost goes to the what? To the end user. So we're all interested in that system that you are installing. This program is not there to distort the market. Rather, it is there to promote the current market, and our intention is to reach a commercial scale. So there are no prices that we expect that will fall from heaven. Everything will be based on our current market prices. Because the good thing is that all of you who are here are already players in this market. I think that is what I can contribute. Yes, collaborations. Yes, we are collaborating. For example, we have one of the testing labs. It sits within Makerere University. That is one area of collaboration. But we also told you earlier on that through our technical assistance arm, we should be able to support capacity building for the companies, the ESCOs. So thank you very much. My colleagues can answer the other questions.
I would just like to add on the point of collaboration. So of course, Mr. Mwaka has talked about the academia. Mr. Ibong from UNBS was talking about the standards. Those that are involved in clean cooking for institutions. You realize that we already have national standards for households, household clean cook stoves, but we do not have national standards for institutional clean cook stoves. We also don't have national standards for institutional biogas systems. So together with the Ministry of Energy and UNBS, we have already kick-started the development of those standards as part of the rollout. So the development of the standards will run in parallel, of course, with the rollout of those same systems, the institutional cook stoves, biogas systems, and the rest of the institutional cooking technologies that I've mentioned in the past. So yes, we are collaborating with UNBS to develop national standards for those institutional cook stoves. Thank you.
Fred or Agnes, are you able to speak about these grace periods? There's a concern around grace periods, that they might be short, considering that some of the products will be imported.
Thank you. In terms of grace periods for the financial institutions, that will be 6 months. The assessment was that this is a realistic time to carry out any market surveys and maybe get the results and feedback from your intended group or niche of customers. So unless otherwise, I think 6 months for the financial institutions is quite reasonable. Actually, it was one of the issues we discussed in the earlier session. Thank you.
Beyond the financial institutions, the companies and end users discuss their terms and conditions. And so once you engage your financial institution, they can provide you the grace period that is appropriate. So this grace period that we are discussing is the one between UECCC and the financial institutions, and that is for purposes of building a pipeline. So you are free to discuss with the participating financial institution on your projected cash flows and the grace period that is appropriate for you. Yeah. Maybe let me also touch on the end game. The end game, the target for this project is over 1 million connections. And whether we would support manufacturing, it is not part of the scope of this project, but we believe that as companies build sustainable businesses, then the transition would mean that they can consider setting up manufacturing concerns here. And then on the issue of sustainability as well, just to add to what was previously mentioned, when households and enterprises adapt to use of clean energy technologies, they never go back. In fact, the experience from other countries is that they keep going up the hierarchy in terms of the products that they can be able to access. And also the financial institutions will now be in a position to understand financing of these clean energy technologies better, and they can be able to pull in more resources towards the renewable energy sector.
Thank you. Thank you very much to my colleagues. I'll take on the most difficult question, which is about marketing. The marketing, how will the marketing be done? Okay, so the project, as you know, is a huge one, $638 million on and off grid. And if there's no awareness across the country about the funding that has been received and how the local Ugandan can be able to access, I mean, it will be dead on arrival. So there are plans, first of all, within this implementation unit under UECCC, and the one under the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, to push through a lot of awareness in all the media that you're very familiar with, whether it is social or mainstream, quite a bit of advertising, and also possibly leveraging the already existing infrastructure we have with partners. Some of the banks that have expressed interest, the biggest in the country. They've got they've got branches all over. They've got salespeople all over. So I think in terms of the basics, we have the rails on which we can be able to build to make sure that this project and what is available to Ugandans is known across the country. The part that is the work that UECCC will be able to do. We'll obviously have some. We'll have to put some money in that direction. In terms of eligibility for energy service companies to have their marketing budgets funded by UECCC, that will not is not one of those areas that we are covering, but we will work together. I mean, we have got plans concerning workshops. We've got plans concerning radio and advertising across the country. We've got plans around media appearances. So there's so much that we intend to do, because this is not just about only promoting what the government is saying, but we have got to support the ESCOs out there. So if we make them aware there's a result, an RBF program, there are subsidies available, then the energy service companies will definitely benefit from the awareness across the entire country.
Just to add on the marketing, I just want to draw attention back to where we began from. We are saying that RBF is basically business. And the business is that the one who penetrates more takes it all. From that angle, I would like to encourage us to take this as business unusual, not as business usual. What does that mean? It is expected that the energy service companies will also do some investment into marketing the products. In fact, for us, we shall be here waiting. The claim you present is what we pay for. We are not the ones who will do most of the marketing for yourself. We will just enable the environment. But I want to coin it now that the energy service companies should also consider marketing strategies as part of their business plan. Thank you.
So thank you, MC, for allowing us to demonstrate how to ask short questions on this side. So we're going to take 3 quick questions from this area, quick ones, and then we shall hand over to that side.
Thank you. Quick, very quick. Thank you very much for this interesting panels. Actually, rather than question, I just wanted to contribute and provide some solution. I'm Ekanath Khatioda. I work for SNV as a private sector development advisor. Then there is a project called Inclusive Market for Energy Efficiencies, funded by the Embassy of Sweden. It's a 4 years program. It's similar type of a program. Is result-based financing also. There is a strong component. And recently we have concluded like window 1 and window 2, and we are recruiting number of the RBF companies, those who are expanding their market in last mile, let's say, market. So is beside our program, what I see, there are other development partners also implement the same RBF component within the countries. Then like Beyond the Grid and like other developing partner like GIZ, and we have also a strong biogas program. Also we are running the RBF component. But what I could see that somewhere we need to have like learning community. Since you are having a now bigger program as a country, as a government is leading this RBF component. So we need to have a learning platform where we can share and best practices, and so that we should not do, though program has a different mandate, different mandate, and the processes are different, but again, there should be a learning platform so that we should not be doing same mistake, or we can have a very collective impact together. So because we are working in the similar land, space. So there is one thing. The other things also, what I see from the practical point of view, we have like RBF company. Recently I visited to the rural area, like some of the last mile market. What are the challenges and how we can see, how we can develop kind of the last mile market. Then what I see that 3 challenges I found very critical, like the end-user finance is a big challenges. If you see in the rural area, in the last mile market, what you call, the working capital and distribution network is really, really weak. Most of the company, they are in Kampala, and they don't have very strong distribution network. Though your project is addressing like end-user financing, working capital, I'm happy to see that. But without having very strong distribution network, it's almost impossible to reach this, all the product what we are targeting for. So let's think about how we can develop this kind of infrastructure, distribution network. Is a really, really is challenges I could see. I'm reflecting from my recent field visit. Even I'm writing kind of the blog. So what are the challenges in RBF reaching to the RBF company reaching to the last mile market? Then other area like subsidy, I just wanted to contribute. I think that we need to refine the wording. Like we are talking about the subsidy 60%, 50%. Okay, like the company is from the private, I'm a company, then if I'm signing a contract with the UECCC, then we are giving the information to the end users like 50% or 60% subsidy. But if you are, let's take example Lira, then the company sitting in the Kampala and driving in Lira and selling the product in subsidy, like the 60 or 40% or 40 or 60%, whatever you have given, is that they can cover. What are the incentive for the company? That cost can be covered, like driving up to Lira and selling the small product there. Then what is the incentive involved to the company? If this margin doesn't, their profit margin doesn't cover that last mile market penetration or whatever, market reach program. So thank you very much. Yeah, so this is my question or contribution. You can take it further.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mark Mutambo from Ernergy Group. I'm the legal officer. And I have a direct question in regards to, well, if an applicant has more than one product, and they, let us say they deal in improved cook stoves, EPCs, and they want to pilot induction stoves, would your subsidy extend to all those products, or would have to choose one particular product? Then secondly, are there any rights you would have on the carbon credits that are generated from this project?
or the carbon credits will be for the applicant? And then maybe my last one is, in the event that Ernergy Group already sells their products as a subsidized fee due to the carbon credits, do we have to subsidize further when we get your incentives, when we get the grant from you? Thank you.
I am told when you say secondly, it's one question.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Mohammed Kadhi. I'm from Bukona Agro. We are a producer of ethanol, and we are also introducing an ethanol stove into the market. My question is, you mentioned the deadline to receive the applications is on October 28th. At the same time, you say it's a first come, first serve for all. So what is the difference if somebody makes an application today and the person who makes an application just a few days before the deadline? Is there a difference?
Okay. Thank you very much. I will answer 3 of them. The one for carbon credits, I will answer the others apart from the one of carbon credits. My colleagues can contribute to that. Now, I begin with the issue of whether going to Lira and or work in Kampala in terms of cost recovery. The question was, what if it doesn't what? Cost recover. My understanding is that when you are applying, the price you will quote, you will have already factored in the issue of how you will recover your costs. The only thing that we are doing is that from the price you have quoted for us, we are going to subsidize for the end user at a certain rate, 50%, 60%, 40 or 30, depending on the different products. Actually, you will sell this product at 50% to the end user, but we are going to cover the 50% by paying you this subsidy. You'll get your 100%. Now, we are also contributing towards your operational costs through the incentives. I think it is now clear. Now, multiple products, yes. Please, whatever you have that you can sell or distribute, apply. We test them and see whether they conform to the standards. Go ahead and distribute. We are not limiting you. What is the difference between having a deadline of October 26th and then first come, first serve? We are not going to wait until we think everybody now has applied. We are going to appraise the applications that we have received. We move ahead.
Can I clarify something?
Okay.
Yes, he is right, but the first come, first serve will be based on utilization after the closing date.
Exactly.
After we have signed grant agreements with you. If you move faster, that's how the first come, first serve comes in, not during this application process.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that is now covered. So I think those are the ones. Carbon credits. What happens if there's already a carbon credit subsidizing? Do we subsidize further? Who would like to come in there? There's a question about carbon credits, where a company is already benefiting from carbon credits and they have already subsidized their products. With this RBF, will they subsidize further? That is the question.
We provided that that is possible, subject to not selling the product below the production cost. Yeah. So you can't subsidize below the production cost. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we can go to the last, if there are any other, the last round of questions before we can hand back to the MC.
All right. The questions can never be exhausted. There are very many. But Michael here had a question, or was pending, plus the gentleman behind him, and the UNAC chairperson. Are you the chairperson? Okay. But I've given you the title today. You can take it.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm called Michael Ahimbisibwe from Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. I had a couple of concerns, but most of them have been addressed. Now, just few on RBF and RBF facility in terms of incentives and subsidy. Looks like Karamoja is being edged out in terms of incentives, at least from the criteria that was given. Perhaps you would wish to look at it again and make sure that Karamoja is not edged out like Kampala. Somehow it should be given also the incentives, because it's a region which needs support. My other concern is on the management plans for biodiversity loss and perhaps restoration. There was a presentation in the morning which says in terms of high dependence on biomass, then there will have to be management plans to cater for especially biodiversity loss and also consider restoration. I don't know whether I got it right, but would it be part of this facility so that we force whoever is using biomass for cooking to institute means for checking loss, but also ensuring restoration? And perhaps lastly would be on that risks for environmental loss. Do we have perhaps a draft list, checklist for the different technologies in terms of cross-checking? What are we evaluating in terms of the environmental loss? I thank you.
Hi, my name is Edgar from Sun Culture. At Sun Culture, we sell solar-powered irrigation solutions to small farmers. I had a question around productive use of energy, particularly in irrigation, just to get some clarity on why we had a water tank included within the package. So typically, when selling solar-powered irrigation solutions, a water tank is more or less an added product rather than a bundled product, mainly because of the cost of it and also the utility. You might find that some customers already have a water tank, others do not need it. For instance, if they're trying to source water from a river or a well and their plot is not located near to where they live. And also practically on the operation side, the logistics of getting a water tank to a client is a lot more expensive. Plus it's a very difficult product to finance, because in case of a default, trying to repossess a water tank and to resell it is quite a difficult task. Lastly, I had a question on the financing side. There are many green loan products that are available to farmers, but we found that it's very, very difficult, not only in Uganda, but in other markets, to extend that to the bottom of the pyramid. So is there any effort that will be made to ensure that such green loan products, particularly those ones that are coming through this project, are aligned in terms of business processes with the financial institutions so that smallholder farmers and those ones particularly in the bottom of the pyramid, particularly perhaps in refugee settlements or host districts, will be able to tap into that resource? Thank you.
Thank you so much. JB gave me a big title as the chairperson for UNAC, but I'm the projects coordinator in the association. But I will take it in Jesus' name. Okay, now for the little time I have spent in this energy sector, I have realized that people have the products. The clean cooking products are there. We have got a lot of companies which are manufacturing these products. They are in existence. But the issue I have observed is that the community or the members whom we are promoting these technologies to do not know, or they are not aware of the existing products that we do make or that we manufacture. In other words, the issue of awareness is still very key as we are promoting these technologies. I heard one of the panelists saying that we do not have, maybe the budget for awareness creation, as in helping the real implementers to create a market in the areas where they are going to distribute these materials. And he said that there is money for media, workshops, and maybe radio talk shows. And to me, I think that is okay, but it does not yield enough more than doing exhibitions and hands-on demonstrations to those areas where these technologies are going to be distributed. So I would really request, if it is possible, to allocate somewhere some support to these members who are going to be to take up this chance of promoting these technologies in various areas, to be supported somewhere somehow to create a market through helping them financially to do exhibitions and demonstrations, because that is when these people are going to realize that really using an electric pressure cooker can cook varieties of food types and with too little electricity when they do see what they are promoting. So that is key. Then another thing, this is a very good project, and indeed UNAC has been creating awareness for this project since last year. Members have been asking, when is this UECCC coming? And God is very good, like someone said. This is a very good day that the Lord has made. So we are so much excited to work and see its results. And looking at the project, there are a lot of requirements, and I'm realizing that the eligibility criteria is a little bit complex, whereby some of the members, even those who are here, some of them have not understood properly. How about these members who have not come, but they are on our platforms? Because the criteria is a little big, complex, and it is not so, you can't understand it the first time, probably. Meaning that some sector associations have got a key role to play to take through these ESCOs into the details, how are the criteria, what is the requirement and all that. But at the same time, we do not have enough capacity to do this. So is there any way the project can support sector associations? It is not only UNAC, we have USEA, we have UNREA, that we can go ahead and further explain through your support for those members who have not enabled to come to this workshop, but they need to get detailed information about this. Thank you.
Good people, I promised in the morning that I'd recover the 1 hour we lost, and we're almost there. The questions are many. I'm hard pressed to refuse, yet I want to allow. I don't know what to do. But Samuel, can you respond to those ones? And I'll guide as such. Allow me to give some guidance. I have an email address that I directly respond to. Write it down. Just get a pen and write down. We are not in the habit of not responding to questions, but write down this email. EASP, yeah, lowercase. EASP inquiries, that is one word. EASP inquiries
at ueccc.or.ug. Okay? Any query you have about the project, if you want to say hello, you can also just say hi, whatever you want. If you send email to that address, be sure you'll get a response. That I can guarantee you. Any questions that you might leave out, please, because interaction doesn't stop now, it continues. This is the first of many to come where we shall continue interacting. I also wanted to tell you, before we exhaust the questions, that I've given you some extra tea. No one is going to take it, it is yours. So anyone that wants a cup of tea, please feel free to walk out, have a cup of tea, and come back. So someone, let's respond. Then I see if we have 2 minutes. If we don't have, then we'll proceed accordingly. But let's cover that for now. And hand of question session. I know the questions are many. We cannot exhaust them. But let's handle whatever we see.
Thank you very much, Brian. Allow me assign these questions to my colleagues so that you prepare yourselves in time. The question around Karamoja, my colleague who deals with RBF, you'll handle that. Harriet, I would like you to tackle the question around is restoration of biodiversity a requirement? Is it part of this program? How is it being catered for? Is there a checklist that we are using, to establish whether there is any kind of environmental loss? So Harriet, if you will take those two questions. I would like Fred, you will handle the one about the water tank. Another question from Sun Culture. Is there also a plan to reach, this is under the credit support facility, is there a plan to reach end user farmers? If you want to sell some of these things, what are we going to do, especially in line of working with partnership? Will you take that? Okay, so Agnes will take that. And then I'll take the question from the chairperson of UNAC. The chairperson for now. I hope the substantive chairperson is not here because it might cause a problem. Okay, so I did mention that we do not have a direct support for, say, an entity's marketing budget. But earlier in my presentation, as we started the day, I spoke of areas under which we can provide technical assistance. Okay, so technical assistance caters for a number of the things that you spoke about, being able to help members of for instance, UNAC, get up to certain standards of quality of their product or the technologies that they manufacture. In terms of awareness, I know you have got a number of exhibitions and activations, for lack of a better word, that you are involved in. UECCC is available to participate, to help and to support in whichever way that is deemed appropriate. So, like we have been working in the past, we know clean cooking is a very big area. It's one of those that we anticipate a very high uptake because the technologies are quite affordable. There is not so much in terms of cultural shift for the users in the homes. So we have quite a lot of expectation in terms of being able to achieve the targets that we have on clean cooking. The complexity of eligibility, I think we shall break it down further. The people that we have here, we just got them as pretty much as they are displayed in the operations manual, but we shall simplify them. And I think we've already started the engagements. I think my colleagues' contacts were shared within the association. A number of the association members have already reached out and asked all those questions about eligibility and seeking to understand how to apply to be pre-qualified. So, Mwaka, if you could address, then we go to Fred, We'll go to Agnes and lastly to Harriet.
Yeah, thank you, Samuel. Karamoja, in fact, Karamoja is not sidelined. It actually has the highest incentive. If you looked at our presentations, Karamoja and islands were lumped up in one. And those regions have, Karamoja specifically, has the highest incentive. I know the problem is that the second column after where the amount is, you will see not applicable. I think that's where the question comes from. That not applicable, we are only trying to, we are presenting that in Karamoja we don't have refugees. I think it was just maybe the way we presented it, but Karamoja is not left out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to tackle the question of inclusion of a water tank on the solar, on the water pumping, sorry, on the solar powered irrigation system. Yeah, you know, this project is about addressing affordability challenges. So, as my colleague from Sun Culture says, at times you do a system and they don't, customers don't request for a tank, it's because of affordability challenges. But with this project, we would want a customer to have a full system so that the subsidy covers a full system to that customer. So that's why it is included, and it is a requirement for that RBF component of for that RBF scheme of productive use. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it was Edgar who asked about financing to get to the bottom of the pyramid in terms of this project. We encourage, and this is something we discussed still in the morning in the financial institutions discussion. We had the discussion in the morning that financial institutions are encouraged to support various areas, both rural and urban. And actually, the refugee settlements he talked about is part of the KPIs. So that is something each partner will have to consider as we come up with agreements. It is a key area we need to address. So we shall have to support it through you, who are our partners, and even through the solar home systems. That means we need to go out there and support all these people we look at as at the bottom of the pyramid. Thank you.
Fred, I may contradict you a little bit. Answering to Sun Culture, if somebody needs a tank, support it. If somebody doesn't need a tank, then you just sell without the tank. Because for small acreages, there is no need for the tank. For larger acreages where there is need for pumping water and gravity irrigation, there is need for a tank. So we just wanted to come up with a package for larger farmers as well. But if you have products where you are just pumping from a water source, just for 2 or 3 acres, please go ahead. Yeah, thanks.
Okay. Thank you for the questions. When I was illustrating on the ESMP, in fact, one of the examples I gave was the high dependency on biomass. So yes, it's true that we will be looking at that aspect when we are developing the ESMP. I also mentioned that we do a baseline study. So in order to develop the ESMP, we look at the activities of the company, the resources they use, and the technology and the scope. So I have engaged a couple of energy service companies about, because they use a lot of clay, which obviously they have to get from somewhere. I have not yet got a conclusive answer because I haven't visited. But the good thing is they have an environmental and social impact assessment, but I'm not yet privy to that study. So yes, studies are conducted, and the ESMPs are developed, but I don't know if it is uniformly applied, but the ESCOs that we are going to work with will definitely have them work within the ESMP that we'll develop, because it will be specifically developed for their activities. And we will request that restoration is done, because we'll be doing frequent monitoring of the activities. Regarding the checklist for the different technologies, I do know that there are studies, companies that are doing these studies. I think Olivia was talking about one the other day. Maybe Olivia will elaborate. But these studies require a lot of resources, because they do need a lot of data, and they need a lot of time to collect this data. So for now, we do know that there are different technologies, and we do know what their potential impacts are, and we have mitigation measures for the different technologies for the companies to continue working within the framework that we have.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Harriet. I think time is really running out on our side, but Mr. MC, I request to invite a colleague to just speak from where he is, to just speak a few things regarding the numbers, what will success look like for us at the end of the project. So Desmond, our senior marketing and evaluation specialist, will be doing the honors, just letting us know what do we expect to achieve by the end of this.
Thank you very much, Samuel. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Desmond Tutopio is my name. I'm the Senior Monitoring Evaluation Specialist. Well, probably just to supplement on already the discussion and the answers you've given to the meeting, it's also important that we had a very interesting question from the chairman of USEA on, at the end of the day, what are the expected outcomes out of the project that we are rallying the different stakeholders here today. And I think that is indeed where we shall measure our performance from, and it's good to take track of that. Well, this project, we have the project appraisal document that was well thought through and has a theory of change and results framework that basically describes the transformational change that the project is supposed to deliver at the end of the project life cycle. And well, Director mentioned we're already targeting over 1 million connections from on-grid, off-grid, and mini-grids, targeting to benefit over 4.8 million Ugandans. Specifically, when you look at the outcomes, intermediate outcomes, what are we looking at? When we rally the stakeholders today, we want to see that we have increased access to on-grid connectivity. This is a sub-component that will be implemented by the Ministry of Energy and Rural Development. We are looking at increased access to off-grid solutions and off-grid services that the UECCC will be implementing from the different sub-components already highlighted earlier. We also looked at increased consumption of electricity for productive uses. We're looking at increased access to consumer finance to purchase clean cooking technologies, and at the same time increase access to clean cooking technologies. When we talk of clean cooking technologies specifically, we're looking at over 300,000 clean cooking technologies disseminated and 600 from public institutions. More interesting ones, we have decreased use of charcoal for cooking by public institutions coming out of the public institution subcomponent. And at the end of the day, we want to see increased private sector participation. And that is what we are here today to rally our private sector partners to run the journey with us. In the long term, overall, we want to see increased access to energy for households, commercial enterprises, and public institutions, contributing to our electrification rate for the country. And last but not least, less deforestation from the clean cooking technologies of shut dissemination at the end of the project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, members. Thank you very much, Sam, and the rest of the colleagues for your deliberation. You may take your leave. A big round of applause for them. Some of the questions were boxing them, but they answered them very well. The questions were boxing some of you, but you answered very well. There is one quick question. The rest are coming in, but I'm just going to store them. We've already seen some inquiries coming to the email address that we're using. And for purposes of emphasis, allow me to repeat it. EASP inquiries, one word, at ueccc.or.ug. Whatever question that you might have, even if you send it, once you send it right now, the moment I get off the microphone, you'll have an answer. My other colleagues are also on the phones, they're working their phones and laptops, and these answers can be quickly provided. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, allow me to say thank you very much for staying with us until this time. We don't want to stretch this engagement any longer than 5 p.m. because we know you have other engagements or other activities to attend to. We are delighted with the feedback you've given, the questions you've asked, the guidance you've offered, and this is not in vain. Whatever has been raised will be attended to, and our feedback mechanism right now is in such a way that we'll work with you to ensure that you apply for this project and to ensure that you benefit from it. For those who are applying with the deadline on the 26th coming up, please note that don't be alone in the application process where you get to a point and you're stuck and you don't know what to do. Our offices at Amber House are open. That email address I've given you is active. Any question that you have during the application process, even if you want to come physically to the office, we'll have somebody to attend to you to ensure that your application is well structured and it goes through. Once again, there is some tea on the outside. Those who want to take a cup of tea, please feel free. And for those that would like to join us for the evening session, we have a cocktail at the Kololo Bar. That is where we shall be from about 10 minutes from now until about 8 p.m. Then those who are well off can stay until midnight. But others, we shall go home after UECCC has finished serving. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me invite once again the Managing Director of the Uganda Energy Credit Capitalization Company to give her closing remarks and formally close our workshop today. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I would like to thank you for participating in this workshop. We particularly want to appreciate our chief guest. I don't know whether he's still around, but our chief guest, Dr. Brian Lissavillier, for gracing this occasion and officially opening this workshop. To the World Bank, we say thank you. Your presence here and staying with us the whole day is a clear indication of your commitment to support our country as far as the access to clean energy agenda is concerned. To the rest of the development partners here present, your presence here is a clear indication of your readiness to work with us and collaborate with us to draw synergies from our different programs as we work together to contribute to to this important agenda. To the government officials for walking the talk, because government has prioritized access to energy, and your presence here is a clear indication of that commitment from government. To the speakers of the day, thank you for the excellent presentations, thought-provoking presentations that have really helped us to have wonderful deliberations. To the session moderators, thank you for the wonderful moderation that has also facilitated the discussions this evening. And of course, to the hotel management for the excellent services that we have really enjoyed this World Day. However, I want to most importantly thank all of you participants for participating in this event. And I hope that what we have picked here will enable us to work together to effectively implement the electricity access scale-up project. We are grateful to you for taking time off your busy schedules to participate in this workshop. Let us all move out from here with one mind that the best way to address the access to energy challenge in our country is to work together as partners, the development partners, our government, the private sector. We all need to work together and harness the opportunities presented by the electricity access scale-up project to really work together to address this challenge in our country, access to clean energy technologies. We are available. I saw, there were many people still had questions, and just like our MC indicated, this is not the end of the story. It is just the beginning. Our offices are open, and I once again want to emphasize that the issue of the first come, first served basis does not apply to the application process. It applies to the utilization of the funds during implementation. The first movers will be able to take more out of the project. It does not apply to the application process. So, and as our MC has clarified further, please feel free to walk into our offices to use the email address that has been provided. We are ready to guide you through the application process so that we can have effective participation in the project. As we have also informed you during the presentations, technical assistance is also available during the actual implementation for eligible purposes, again to facilitate participation and implementation of the project. With those remarks, I also want to note that we have now come to the end of the formal part of the day. But as our MC has highlighted, we have the informal bit starting shortly, and that is the cocktail, at which we should have the opportunity to further network and even get further clarifications as we relax after a hard day's work. So I invite you, please don't leave here, join in the cocktail so that we can network further and be able to further get clarifications about the project as we network, as we relax after a hard day's work. So with those remarks, I once again want to thank you for your very effective participation in this workshop and to declare the workshop closed. Thank you very much.